And so there comes us talking to French people. Don't be alarmed. There's no problem, even though the title of this is "Uh-oh." I just had a funny moment outside, I thought. Or a funny thought about a moment outside. Like, Brendan was here, he just left. And we were talking about mushrooms. And he's a ninth piece. He's like, mushrooms are distinct from these various kingdoms. And I was like, yeah, it's interesting how they're so, is it, like they're these different pillars of life and what have you. And then he said, actually, if plants evolved some of their structures to mimic mushrooms. I said to myself, right? No, I said after the fact, like after, of course, I said, oh, okay, no, 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 nothing evolved to do anything. And then I thought later, like, I'm sure as soon as Rachel heard the word evolved come out of his mouth, she must have just been like, uh oh. Here it comes. Here comes the onslaught of correctness. I don't know. That's just what I was thinking at the moment I started the stream, so I just titled it. I'm not trying. I'm not going to talk about that subject at all. I'm on mushrooms right now. Not very hard. I'm not tripping super hard. Mushrooms are weird like that. I took not that much more than I took this time, last time, and I was tripping balls. Who knows? I mean, granted, I only waited 6 days, not the full 7. But surely that can't have that much of a difference. I think just mushrooms are weird. Like, this particular mushrooms seem to have a slightly different kind of visual effect on them. They don't make things move around so much, but also like the light will seem to be getting brighter and dimmer, and we're changing color a little bit, which is not anything I normally associate with. I restarted my thing. It's fine. What thing is that? I don't know what you're even talking about. Oh, I see. I now I get it. Never mind. I get it now, Rachel. Um, I totally get it. You're saying that it sounded like there was a problem with the stream, but it turned out to be on your end. Like it seems like the room has gotten suddenly very much brighter, and then it seemed to get dimmer again. It's not normally the way mushrooms visuals work for me anyway. And also like not tripping super hard in terms of what I normally think of as being about tripping hard, but I certainly am getting that effect. And also, how hard I'm tripping has a lot to do with, or something to do anyway, with my mood, maybe. I'm not really sure. Like, if I'm in kind of a manicky mood, then I can. Well, probably that's not the case. Who knows? There's no explaining mushrooms. It's like trying to explain feelings. You can come up with possible explanations and stuff, but if you were to actually test them out, you find, well, no, because mushrooms are magical. They don't want to be understood by you like that. They're like, get out of here with your understanding things. Can't understand me. They're kind of like ESFPs in that way. Like, you, you can't. know who I am. You haven't been me. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Oh, I can understand who you are, even though I haven't been you. Uh-uh. You don't know me. You don't know my experience. I'm not trying to know that, dumbass. Like, I'm not trying to know what you had for lunch. You don't know me. You don't even know what I had for lunch. If I did know what you had for lunch, that would not be indicative of the fact that I understand you well, but rather that I know a bunch of irrelevant details. Oh yeah, I thought I did not. Oh no, I didn't do it. I'll upload and schedule right now. Oh, meow yourself, mister. Okay, I'll go watch you in a second. Just give me a minute here. Oh, I should eat some more food. I was super starving earlier. I was like, oh, we gotta go to town and get a Subway sandwich or something. But before we go get my real meal, let me just eat this one frozen dinner. And that's small. And then, of course, after I ate the frozen dinner, I was like, oh, never mind. Then I don't want to go to town and get it anymore. I just go to Sasquatch and get cigarettes. Well, Eric, you need to eat a full meal, or at least you need to eat again now. So you need to make yourself another something to eat. Otherwise, you're going to be all shaky and dumb. Yes. I mean, dumb in the sense of like not taking care of what matters to you. Not that not eating makes me dumb. Just to clarify. Why is your ring on your right finger? It's not. My camera is mirrored. Oh, it is on my right finger. I do have a ring on my right finger. I also have my actual wedding ring on my left finger. This isn't my wedding ring. This is just a ring that I wore when Rachel and I went to Hawaii. I got it as like a ring instead of a wedding ring because we weren't married then. But I still wanted to wear a ring, so I wasn't single. Oh, that's nice. That's just stain from where the cat sits. I thought I was like stuff there. It's not stuff, it's just stain. I should clean it, but that's a little bit more of an undertaking than just like say picking up some cat hair. Let me get my glasses so I can see the chest. All right, I need to make myself a present. I may not want to eat food really, but I'm definitely hungry. And I'll feel a lot better if I do eat something. So, I'm gonna have this cheesy patty with mashed potatoes. Seems like a good choice. Sometimes I dream of that Jetsons future. I'm not sure if it was from the Jetsons or whatever, but and it may not have been exactly from the Jetsons, but it was that kind of thing where you take just a pill and it's your whole meal. How convenient would that be? I wouldn't always want to eat like that, but it would be great if you could sometimes just eat a full meal by eating one pill that expands in your stomach. Life is a life lesson we have to endure together to become wiser and stronger. Well, I don't think that you're wrong about that, really. Um, but, you know, it's good. It is true that enduring suffering leads to wisdom. I'm not sure if it leads to strength at all. Because I think that enduring suffering of certain kinds anyway tend to make a person more fragile. But I'm alright. I gotta like I don't want to wait 3 minutes and 45 seconds because I'm super hungry right now. But I think if I crack open this non-alcoholic beer, drink a little bit of that, then that's fine. I think I've been thinking about how my, like, either pre-diabetic or whatever you want to call it, you know, in or out, kitty, letting the bugs in. God, I hate it when Capilla stands in the door like that. Now I've got bugs in the house. And she didn't even want to go outside. She just wanted me to stand there with the door open and let her look outside. You know, no, in or out. You got two choices. Sometimes these cats are crazy. Capilla, I don't want you up there. If you're getting water, go for it. Fine. If you're not getting water, get down. Get down. Are you drinking water? You're not supposed to be up here. Come on. Oh, God. This fucking cat. Come on. You're not supposed to be up there. Unless you're drinking water and only over there on the end of there. Not where you were. Of course, where does Capilla want to go more than any place else in Hawaii? One place she's not supposed to go. The two places that I don't like her to go. Right here and on the arm of my chair. Sometimes you're going to try to go over here, and it's totally not allowed. But is she ever going to learn? No. Because she doesn't care what I want. Only what she wants. Trouble is much more capable of learning things like that than Capilla is. Because Capilla's effie polar, so she's not like good at picking up on my cues or whatever. Whereas Trouble's effie dumb, so he's constantly reading me. A watched microwave never boils. Well, it does eventually boil, regardless of whether I'm watching. I went to CVS and I saw some raisins there. I'm like, raisins. You're even better than Werther's. Raisins. They're even better than Werther's. Okay. You know what? I don't even know why I opened the door for you again, Capillo. You don't want to go outside, you just want to have me hold the door open while you look outside and I let bugs in. I can't believe I fell for it again. She was like, it'd be cool if we had some more bugs in here. I got a good way to make Eric let bugs in the house. That's probably what she's thinking. I think the cats do like it when it bugs in, because sometimes they chase them around. As usual, they don't care that I don't want bugs in the house. They just want me to hold the door open for them indefinitely. They'd like it if I just left the door open so they could just come and go as they please. Because they, again, do not care at all what I want. Which is no bugs in the house. And maybe they're also unaware of the fact that at night moths will come inside relentlessly because it's lighter in here than it is outside. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking then, well, why don't you just darken your house? And then you can obey the cats without consequences. Well, that's an excellent plan, but no. Once I eat this food, it's going to make a big difference in my life. Oh, I can feel how badly my body needs this. You know, this is what I was in the process of saying when I got sidetracked and forgot about it in the kitchen. I realized that I've been thinking about my dietary requirements as being things that I can't eat, so that like if I were to just not be hungry and not eat, that'd be a great thing because then I have less sugar to process. In reality, it's a whole management thing, right? Like you crash worse, when your blood sugar level gets low. If it were just like don't eat things, well then I'd be like, all right, at least when I'm whacked out, that means I'm doing an even better job because I'm not really eating very much. Nope. You got the whole deal is like you have to be more SI about everything with your food. How horrible. I obviously don't want to be more SI. Ideally, I'd be less SI. I don't like the fact that I have to sleep and eat when my body says so, rather than when it's convenient for me, or when I feel like it'd be pleasurable to do so. Here she is. Right on cue. She's got an impressive way of being here without me noticing her getting up here. And also, like, I could like put various obstacles right here in front of this place, and she'll somehow managed to like slide through all the obstacles to get up here. I can put her down and say, "No, I don't want you up here." And then as soon as I stopped paying attention to her, preventing her from getting up here, she's right back up here again. I know I call trouble the bad kitty, but you cause me at least as much consternation as he does. Both cats have this bad habit. Like, you know, I get up in the morning, I'm just waking up, right? And we got this whole big house. I kind of sit down, like, okay, I'm up. I have a sip of coffee or whatever. And next, I blink. Kapia's here and Trouble's like sitting on my feet. It's like we have this whole house. Why do all three of us have to occupy like 1 square foot of space? What's more likely, alien invasion or staged alien invasion? Staged alien invasion, though neither is likely. Actual alien invasion is so inconceivably unlikely that it might as well be impossible. Am I scared of the dark? No. But I do like having a lot of lights on. But when I'm trying to go to sleep, I have to have it like completely dark. Well, I don't have to. It's like actually that's true at night. Like if it's dark outside, I can't have any lights on. Even like the light from Rachel's phone will bother me if I'm trying to go to sleep. Um, so you know, she generally like tries to keep it under the cover or whatever. But then during the day, I nap great, even though there's light coming in just fine. It seems that I even sleep better during the day. I don't know why. Yes, I know you're here. You're queer. You don't want any more bears. And then yeah, it's like if I stop petting her, she reaches over with her paw and like tells me, "You see that? It's just impossibly cute. You can't resist her at all, even though you don't want to pet her anymore." After my episode of sleep paralysis, I can't sleep in the dark anymore. Hmm. Well, whatever conditions under which you sleep better, that's how you should sleep. I could never imagine having any like say sound coming into my ears when I'm trying to go to sleep, but I guess Rachel actually takes off her headphones when she's actually trying to go to sleep. So I'm not sure if that's true that she tries to go to sleep with sound on. Some people do go to sleep with like TV on or radio on or music or whatever. Not me. Not my thing at all. I like it dark and quiet. Yes, you're a good girl. A special kitty, and I love you. Even though I might not want you up here, I still appreciate the fact that you come up here because we get to have our bonding time and stuff. Yes, you're a good girl. You're my special friend. We've been together since the moment of your birth. You were born in bed next to me. So, this cat and we really know each other, you know. All right, get down, sweetie. Don't worry, she'll be right back up here probably. She just wait till I'm not paying attention and she just sneak right back up. Well, if I were to like put her on that chair, she's less likely to come right back up. Right now, she got a fair amount of pets. She's probably good. Yeah, well, I more or less cannot fall asleep sitting up. I mean, sure, I've fallen asleep on planes before, but you know, people like my dad, they could nap anywhere, just like lay back, put their hat over their eyes, and just take a 15, 20 minute long nap. My dad used to do that all the time. But, you know, SI Tool, SI Doms, they're really good at that kind of stuff, managing their biological needs in, in sensible ways. I came to chat to find Flaga answering a question I asked yesterday before stream was over. What question was it? How do you like to sleep, Flaga? That's the only conceivable question that you could have asked that Flaga is currently answering. Oh, well, okay. You and I, what I do, what I said was true. That's the only possible question you could have asked, and it actually was the question you asked. So there you go. I might think it's strange that you were asking Fly Guy about that, but I'm assuming it was typological stuff, not just because you're curious about it. Is how he goes to sleep. Like, you know, nobody wants to know about other people's SI stuff unless it's for typological reasons. Can you tell me about how hungry or not hungry you feel right now? would, would be something that nobody's gonna ask unless it's like a, you know, unless, like, for example, I might say to Rachel, "Are you hungry?" But what I really mean is, I think I'm hungry. Oh, you're trying to figure out how to help yourself sleep better. Reasonable thing to do. Sometimes other people's input does actually help. Like, I remember Kimberly told me, um, you can tell when you wake up whether you need more sleep or not. I was like, really? How could you tell that? My eyesight's a little better now than it used to be. I also remember her telling me that trying to poop and you're constipated should rock back and forth. Never occurred to me, particularly. So it's possible that I had done it before, but I hadn't thought of it as a strategy, you know? And XYZ, life's a lot better now that I've eaten this food. Fair to say I had low blood sugar before the meal here. Perfectly normal and reasonable thing to do. It's just I guess for me to feel like like there's a difference between having something said to me in a word so that I understand it as a strategy versus something that maybe has helped sometimes in the past, but I don't necessarily think of as a specific strategy, you know? The poop, yeah, if you're like constipated. You think it's wrong to want to swim in the ocean and bang a whale's blowhole? Whatever you want isn't inherently wrong, part of your feelings, but it would be wrong to actually do that because I'm sure the whale doesn't want you to fuck his blowhole. But it would also be almost impossible for you to do that because as soon as you like poked it one time, it would probably go underwater and you'd have trouble swimming fast enough to it'd be difficult to engage in extended sexual intercourse with a whale's blowhole accordingly. Plus, you might have to be going against the force of a lot of propelled water. I'm sure you and your thrusting and your penis are not as strong as a whale blowing out water through their blowhole. How do people fall asleep? Well, the way I do it, I do the same thing I've done as a little kid. Basically, I pretend. I lie down and I imagine myself in these various places and contexts that I've made up. Basically, I NE to fall asleep, you know? If I'm thinking about stuff that's not as linked to anything at all, except for my pretend worlds, I'm not going to be able to fall asleep. Like if I'm thinking about stuff I should have said or done, or things I got to do, no way I'm falling asleep. You know, sometimes I lie in bed at night I'm just trying to come up with some like clear and obvious way that other people could understand and accept that evolution is bullshit. I might lie in bed thinking about that for a long time, but I'm not going to go to sleep if I'm thinking about that. I may have some excellent insights conceivably about it, but one of those insights is not going to sleep, though. I don't know if going to sleep could be called an insight, but it could be called an insight. That's not one of the insights I'm going to have by thinking about evolution. In question, I do it every day. I still don't know how I fall asleep. That's why it's called fall asleep rather than like purposefully purposefully go down to sleep. You know, nobody can go to sleep when they're paying attention to going to sleep. You gotta be paying attention to something else. It's one of those magical things, you know, like maybe I don't know if this was a rule for this thing, but you know how in Harry Potter they walked into that one like pillar of the train station? Well, imagine if you could never successfully walk into it if you were looking at it. You had to be looking at something else. Then you could get through it. It's one of those kind of things. Well, yeah, some people just drop their heads on a pillow and go poof because they're experts at that, you know? Whereas, you know, SI up high, but any SI should have, you know, probably some strategies that are more effective than others for going to sleep. You can imagine, I don't really asked exactly SI Dom or SI tool, like, what's your trick? But I mean, the whole idea of falling asleep is that it's not something you willfully do. You can't decide to go to sleep right now. It may be the fact that when some people decide to go to sleep right now, it takes them very little time to fall asleep. Or when some people decide to go to sleep right now, it takes them a long time to go to sleep. But what's never happened in any of those instances is that somebody's willfully gone to sleep, right? They're just either faster or slower at falling asleep. Well, I guess Google's decided that all caps is good enough as a way of indicating italics, so I get it, sort of. Yeah, I trust Google's judgment. There, obviously, anybody who wants to be able to use language more fully is going to prefer to have the power to italicize things, you know. And it's correct that communication would be better served if people could italicize things. But I'm assuming Google's got a good reason for not putting italics. That's what I mean by I trust their judgment. No, always trust Google as a general rule. It's one of the few things in life that you can say as a general rule you should trust is Google. Google's proved itself over and over and over and over and over and over again in infinite possible ways. Unlike just about every other thing in the universe, right? Google's the one thing you can trust. I mean, that's why we're both on YouTube. You watching it, me doing it, because Google is actually fair, just, and righteous. Google's smart, you know? Like, obviously, you get idiots who complain that they're not making enough money, it's not easy enough to make money off YouTube or something. I mean, it's impossibly more fair than anything else. And most importantly, like, the reason it all works is because the algorithm is properly directed towards viewers, not creators. Like, get lots of people who don't seem to get the fact that the reason they like to watch YouTube, that algorithm, is the same reason why their channel fails. Because just like me, right? Like, but my channel may fail, but I understand that that's a just and righteous outcome of free competition. And the most amazing kind of legitimate competition that is necessary for both ends of things, for all ends of things, right? For Google to make money, they actually need to provide a product that people want to consume. And with YouTube, it is by far the number one media consumption thing that people do. More than TV, more than movies, more than TikTok, more than whatever. It is YouTube. People watch more YouTube than they watch anything else in the world. And the reason for that is not because of any other reason than YouTube does a better job of presenting viewers what they want to watch. It's just and fair and righteous, you know? Just because you were correct, okay, that Google is uniquely empowered to be evil. And that's what makes them so amazing, right? Think of all the damage they could do if they were evil. So the thing to note, Kay, is you don't judge things or trust them based on whether they have the capacity to do evil, but rather whether they actually do evil. I mean, Google's not a search engine show media. And the preferable search results you're getting are from Gemini, dumbass, which is also part of Google. And the only reason any AI can actually provide you any kind of results is because they're using Google to base what they're doing off of. After all, would you have them use Yahoo? No. It's called network effect, not because it's the best service. No, well, look, it is the case that they're enjoying the dividends of market strength, right? Like, it is the case that um, part of the reason why they're so successful is because they enjoy monopolies on certain things. But the number one reason why they're so successful is this. Why do I want to have Gmail? Well, because it automatically interfaces with my Google Calendar and everything. Why does everybody want to have a Gmail account? Because then you don't have to log into various sites. You can just continue as Google, right? The reason Google has this so-called monopoly that you say, which is not the case, it does not have that, but is because they're actually doing a good job. You're saying we should not trust them because, unlike everything else, they're doing a good job ethically, consistently for decades. You're saying that's a reason to not trust them. Well, you're just wrong. Like all anybody has to do is compare their experience with Google to their experience with any other thing on the internet at all. Like, you don't trust Google, so would you rather Facebook handle those things? I don't think so. You don't trust Google, so you think Yahoo does a better job of anything? You don't trust Google, so you think TikTok's a better video platform. The thing is, Google is amazing, and we should all just sing its praises continuously. They are the textbook example of what a company should be. And anybody saying otherwise is fucking totally deluded, or just being a hater or something, or just trying to be provocative. I don't know. Well, you got lots of people who can't distinguish between, like, well, I have to make a decision to distrust everybody or trust everybody. For such people, fine if you lump Google in because you can't make that distinction. Then that's just a reality of your deficit area, and that's fine. But if you're specifically saying Google you shouldn't trust, well, that's just completely batshit crazy and totally wrong. I hope you've learned a valuable lesson here about voicing wrongness in front of Eric, Kay. This is the title of this video. It's called Uh-Oh, because I thought surely that's what went through Rachel's head as soon as Brennan said these words. And so plants actually evolved these structures to mimic mushrooms. She must have just been like, uh-oh. I know it's coming. Here comes the fucking avalanche. No, you did say you shouldn't trust Google. I will quote you. Don't try to pretend you didn't say it. I could have misread it, I guess. But I'll go back and confirm that you did say that. Let's see here. I said I trust Google's judgment regarding the italics. And you said never trust Google as a general rule. I mean, how much more clear could you possibly be? And then now you're saying you never said that. Well, like I said, if Kate, you're one of those people who's saying you should never trust anybody as a general rule because you can't make the distinction, that's one thing. But if you're saying you shouldn't trust Google specifically, that's another thing. Never trust Google as a general rule. Isn't that what it says? So the thing is, if you need to have a general rule, the correct position on it is always trust Google. In other words, if you have to pick one of those two positions based on the actual merits of the thing, the correct position is to always trust them. If you have to pick one of those two positions, not to never trust them. And the only way you could possibly justify never trusting them as a general rule is if you are basically embracing the idea that distrust as a general rule is preferable universally, not specific to Google. So stop trying to backpedal your way out of your fucking wrongness. Like, be responsible. Admit when you're fucking wrong. Take accountability for what you said. Stop trying to play extensional pruning and, well, I mean, technically, fuck off, right? Like, you didn't just say, as a general rule, never trust Google. You followed it up with other things indicative of the same basic general sentiment. So the idea that somehow I misinterpreted something is not correct whatsoever, and your claiming so is just further example of you being horribly wrong, doubling down on your wrongness, which is even worse than being wrong in the first place. So stop it. When you're in the bottom of the hole, stop fucking digging. You will never catch me doubling down on being wrong. I don't know why other people do it. It's super annoying. Like, you're smarter than that, Kay. And you're more honest than that, hopefully, right? I did read it correctly, for fuck's sake. I've read it multiple times. And you said it's not what you said. Never trust Google as a general rule, is what you exactly said. And then it's because of a lack of alternatives. That's why they're successful, which is insane, of course, because they're successful because they're good. Google operates in a monopoly. They do whatever they want. That's not a reason to not trust them. It's also factually untrue. And regardless, we have to evaluate them on their merits. It's called network effect not because it's the best service. Well, it is factually the best service, though, as I've already articulated. And then in the aftermath of that, you're trying to claim that you didn't actually say never trust Google and trusting Google is bad. You're trying to play like, no, I'm not always right, fucking K. And stop being dishonest. You know very well that when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And when I'm right, I'm right. And of course, in this instance, you are wrong on its merits, not because of me. Eric has nothing to fucking do with it. God, it's like, why are people so fucking wrong about so many things and so married to it? Like, oh, I'm so fucking in love with my wrongness that I'm just gonna double down on it and pretend it's Eric's fault in some way. I mean, fuck the fuck off already. You're wrong. Be corrected in a civilized fashion, and this would never happen. Why are people like this? It makes absolutely no sense. It's non adaptive. It's not consistent with case function set. I do not understand it. It's fundamentally bad for all of humanity that people are married to their fucking stupidities. Obviously, in no way, shape, or form is anybody's ego ever protected by defending wrongnesses when it's been made abundantly clear that the wrongness exists. In no way, shape, or form is anyone's subjectivity ever served by being wrong. So why conceivably in the world do people give me so much pushback when I offer them the service of correcting them? It's insane. I would never, ever do something so insanely rude and antisocial as what other people do to me constantly. When people correct me, I don't have any fucking problem with it at all. Thank you. Now I'm not wrong anymore. And what set this off, Kay? You saying Eric's always right, when in fact, I am the exact example of how somebody should be wrong. Exact example of what you're not doing properly, which is having not just having a good relationship with being right, is also having a good relationship with being wrong, obviously. Okay, I gotta calm down. It's ridiculous. when people say Eric's always right, what they mean by that is Eric's correctness or incorrectness cannot be judged on its merits, right? What they mean by that is that Eric can't admit when he's wrong, something like that. What they mean by that is I refuse to deal with things as I should, appropriately and fairly. When in reality, obviously, they're guilty of that, and I expressly am not. It's insane. Completely insane. How is it that humanity has created all of this wonderful stuff we've done when consistently across the board, I never encounter anybody, rarely encounter anybody who doesn't give me some amount of irrational pushback on some things. It's insane. It's insane. There's no conceivable explanation for any of it because obviously there's nothing adaptive about being wrong. But I guess there is something adaptive about not being able to tell and not caring. But I don't think that's what's going on with Kay at all. She's perfectly capable of understanding that I'm right, and that she should have a different position because of that. What would ever have motivated her to think that about Google in the first place? It's obviously not referencing actual experiential data of any sort. But that's fine. I don't expect people to be right now, I've already done the decades of hard work for them. They don't even have to know how to be right. I can just tell them what's right, and they can check to see if what I'm saying makes sense, and it always does. And then they can go, oh, well, that should be in my position. But no. People don't want to have things exist in these statuses where, like, I don't like the fact that some things are right and some things are wrong. So I'm either going to deny that anything's right or wrong, or I'm going to tell you that it's about your emotions, Eric, or about you in some fashion rather than about what I'm saying. Or I'm just going to say, well, you know what, Eric, you're being burdened, but your problem is black and white thinking. Where at the same time, using words and expecting me to understand them and treat them as though they mean things, but completely not caring at all when meanings don't suit their interests. Like, what kind of fucking ridiculous, insane world are we living in? It's insane and ridiculous, obviously. I know. I can actually explain it just fine with cognitive functions, etc. What I can't explain is how humanity hasn't, like, self-destructed a million times over because the people who are less equipped to be wrong are more empowered to do shit. I mean, who are less equipped to determine what's wrong are more empowered to do shit. So how is it conceivable that the world is not a complete fucking disaster? Well, because, there certainly are evil forces who want to hide the Epstein files because, it's not in their interests. There are also sensible people in the world with a little bit of power, and it doesn't take a lot of sense to recognize that you should release those files. So at least there's some motion in their direction, I guess. I guess the reason the world hasn't been destroyed because of this factor is that lots of times the thing being done has absolutely nothing to do with being right. So that's why. It's not like people are doing stuff predicated on their wrongness. In fact, when it comes to that kind of thing, people care a great deal about correctness. Like, no, it's really important what the weight load of this bridge is. And it is. It's just as important. The things that I'm saying are correct or incorrect, but nobody thinks it matters at all. And they all think that their fucking stupid subjectivities are just as valid as what I'm saying. Even though it could be, nothing could be further from the truth. And this is even though the only reason they can enjoy their fucking stupidity is because some very smart TINE people to the outside of the country set things up properly, right? Set things up so well that even though TE and SE people have an advantage in accomplishing anything, even though they're overweighted in the courts, because of the nature of law and the nature of the courts and the way that things are structured, even that can't overcome the fundamental correctness that drives the judiciary, right? So the only reason that anybody thinks their wrongness doesn't matter is because of how much rightness matters. It's like, I feel very much like somebody would imagine, say a soldier comes home from fighting and they see some stupid kids, pissing on the flag or whatever. They're going to be understandably annoyed and also correct. So the thing is, it's a very comparable thing, except in that there aren't very many people with that kind of actually relevant experience, and almost everybody has none of it. And so in that sense, it's very comparable. There's a whole shit ton of people enjoying all the benefits of people being rigorous and correct, and then using those benefits to shit on correctness in every fucking instance. And as a correct person, I have to say, well, that's how it's supposed to be. But fuck no if you bring that shit around here. Oh, what can I say? You got the entire world to be wrong in. Go be wrong there. Not today, Satan. Not here, okay? Ain't no fucking way. Not here. And, just like the American servicemen, I respect their rights to do that. I'm not going to go violence on them or whatever. But not in my fucking house. It's like, I get it. People are wrong all the time. Everybody can be as wrong as they want, as long as when I correct them, they go, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. Or they don't do what Kay did, doubling down on our wrongness first, and then trying to blame me. As long as they don't do that, we don't have any fucking problems. We have no problems. I don't expect other people to be right. I know they're not capable of it. And even if they are, they probably haven't gotten there yet. Such as Brennan, who, when I correct him, because he's an INTP, he does the sensible thing of updating his position once he's evaluated my things on their merits, which he's capable of, and sees that I'm right. He doesn't cling to his right to exist. Of course, he's young and more capable of, more willing potentially. I guess not capable, but more willing to learn than older people. That seems to be a thing for sure. Like, I never encountered this much intransigence from children. I never taught them something and say, no, it's not that way. Even though it obviously is, right? Of course, I have no resistance to learning things at all. In fact, I have a deep distaste for when some bit of ignorance of mine has caused me to be incorrect, obviously. So, people remedying that, I appreciate their services. That's called living in a righteous and sane world. It's as simple as that. Like anything else is just it in some way falls short of and or is violatory of that central thesis I just said, which is correct. That there's no more just and righteous and correct way of engaging with people in their communications than the way I do so because it entirely affords actual reciprocity, right? Like I will listen to what you say, read it, understand it, and respond to what it says and means, right? I will not pretend it's something else. All I expect from other people is to do the same thing, right? To treat my words as they're constantly expecting me to treat their words. Like, and you can understand how absolutely some infuriating can be, and at some point you blow up about it if you're always responding on point and accurately to what somebody says, and you are constantly not receiving the same courtesy in return. They're demanding it, getting it, and not being willing to reciprocate. You can understand how absolutely fucking infuriating that must be, right? Because no matter how subjective anybody is, and how FI or whatever they still expect me to actually understand what their words mean and respond to what they say. What time is it anyway? Okay, it's not super late. I was worried I might be yelling in the middle of the night for a second. Of course, you know, if people heard me at normal volumes, I would never yell at anybody. If people reciprocated the courtesy that I afford them constantly, I'd never yell at anybody. You know, people say various things because they're asserting they're true and they want me to either agree with them or validate the thing. They expect me to make a decision about that fairly, right? Like if they say, um, I went to Colorado yesterday and they did, they expect me to not go, liar! Right? They expect me to understand what it means and to evaluate whether they actually went to Colorado as the determining factor as to whether they're lying, not some other random shit, right? But they do not treat words the same way when I'm the one who is having to when you get the point. They do not treat words the same way at all. When I say things, whether or not I went to Colorado does not depend on whether I went to Colorado or not. Whether or not I'm a liar is dependent on entirely unrelated matters. If I were to try to take that same approach with them, they would appropriately and correctly be like, hey, you can't evaluate whether I went to Colorado based on things other than whether I went to Colorado, and they'd be right. But when I do it, that the same rules do not apply. Why not? Why is it that they expect me to understand that whether or not they went to Colorado, when they're saying I went to Colorado, that whether or not I should call them a liar is contingent on whether they actually went to Colorado? But when I say I went to Colorado, they have totally different standards for how to evaluate those things. They're unrelated to what I said. In fact, when I say I went to Colorado, they're likely to say, so you say Sally likes cheese, huh? They're likely to say that. Even though, no matter how, there are certain things I say that are complicated. I get that people have trouble understanding. There are certain things I'm saying that are incredibly clear that nobody could possibly misinterpret, right? And I will again and again, obviously, not be heard. They will ignore what I'm saying, not respond to me. Even though if they say something and I don't respond right away to them, they're like, fuck this, if you're not going to respond, I'm leaving. Or if I respond in some way that isn't accurate, then I will get what Kay said, which was totally false, which is that actually you're misinterpreted it in some way, or you didn't read what I actually said, or and somehow not correctly representing their position, right? Insane. Completely insane. Like, I'm trying to do us all a service. I'm sure I was talking about whatever, having a great time, and somebody wants to say something that's obviously and insanely wrong, is never trust Google as a general rule. And I do us all the service of correcting it and informing everybody, because I get it. People might just have this thought and not really have actually thought about it a whole lot. I do us all the service of not just correcting her, but informing everybody of all the various reasons why we should trust Google and how it's definitively the one example of how a company should be, and etc. And inform us all in ways in which we can now actually mean things correctly when we say things like whether or not we should trust something. But are people appreciative of that? No, I get pushed back continually all the time for no good reason, and in complete contrast to the amount of actual civility and communicative grace that I afford them, right? Which is to say, I listen to what they say, I respond on point, I do not ignore them, I don't pretend they said something else. Stuff like that. Basic fucking human courtesy. I don't receive the same. Why? I do not know. Because it's beyond just like, well, Eric, because people don't want to be wrong or whatever. It's beyond just that. People are people will consistently ignore what I say, pretend I said something else. If if they if they don't like what I said, then instead just not respond at all to it, rather than do any actual thing like, oh, I guess I was wrong, or something like that, or I guess I maybe I need to think about that some more. They'll do anything but actually fucking benefit from what I'm saying. So fuck them and everybody else too. Not you though, of course. I love you. Except for you, and you know who you are. This is a love song. Present company accepted. Present company accepted. Na, 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 na. Ozzy's sound system is so absolutely genius. There's such a gift to the universe, such a national global universe treasure. We should all just give thanks for their genius all the time. They demonstrate in their greatest moments exactly what any artist should aspire to. And, obviously, for musical artists, we have the privilege of getting to have works be independent of one another. So it doesn't matter if there are many bad LCD sound system songs. We get to evaluate them by the fact that they attain pinnacles of greatness never before attained. Or, you know, there are myriad people who've been influenced by and try to imitate them. Nobody ever gets there. All the way to where they got, the pinnacle, the height of artistic genius. Where, yeah, everything is right. The lyrics are absolutely fucking perfect. The progression of the song from beginning to end, various builds, the way that the narratives impact and relate to the music, the selection of the sounds. On their triumphant opuses is absolutely everything is absolutely perfect, and it's it's such a gift, right? Like when you listen to it, you're just like, oh, thank you, God, for giving the world this wonderful genius. There are a few things that that make me actually like think and realize and feel that every time I hear it. Like there's nothing really that does that like LCD sound system. It just because of course it requires so much insight on so many different levels, and also insight about language that yeah, you can't, you almost never can make good music without a single visionary having a singular vision. But of course, that visionary is going to be conscribed by the kinds of things they can be visionary about. Not this guy, because he's got exactly the right attentional strengths to to for the wealth of talent he has. Let's pretend you could put all that talent with either complementary or uncomplimentary cognitive function stacks, which is not the case. But what I will say, what is the case, is that um, some INFJs are going to be super like genius talented, and the vast majority are not going to ever be that, because that's true of everybody, right? Like it doesn't matter um, how much natural inclination I might have to potentially being good at a given art form. Genius is a totally separate thing, right? You could be as good as you want and keep getting better and better and better at it. That's not the same thing as being a genius. Like, I'm a good example of somebody who's maximized not being a genius musically. So, I'm a genius musically when it comes to what to listen to, but I'm definitely not a genius. Whereas, say, Corey is a genius, and the fact that I can make people wonder if he's really better than me is just testament to my maximizing the play of the next level down. And obviously that guy's a genius, but most INFJs are not obviously geniuses about music, or we'd have just shit tons of genius music all over the place. They might be geniuses about what to listen to compared to other people, but most of them are not going to be creative geniuses for whatever reason. But when one of them is, well, that's where you get to take advantage of his particular strengths, right? Like James Murphy. He has the necessary intuitive understanding of language and how it plays, and it is positioned to, can't help but understand it from these archetypal things that are going to resonate with everybody lyrically. He's also understanding what kind of track to create as a response to things that are extant and kind of happenstancely um, creating something that's vastly more significant than that. I mean, it's just obviously nobody but an INFJ could conceivably reach that level of greatness that he does in that in music. But it's the case that other people maybe make totally genius things also, but because an INFJ is uniquely well positioned to include the language part, that's why the most topmost examples of musical art that include lyrics are going to almost certainly be INFJ making because other people, it doesn't matter what how good they are with language, right? Like I'm super good with language, but I'm not never going to write lyrics that are anywhere as good as an INFJ is going to. Because lyrics aren't about using language well in the way that I use it well, right? They're about having clarity of vision and conveying archetypally resonant things that never cease to amaze one with their insight, and just the brilliance of the lyrics. So it will never cease to be like, what a satisfying lyrical thing accomplished there when he goes, oh, tonight, 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 tonight. I never knew these artists talk so much about dying. It's, at first I thought I assumed it was time. I was like, oh, what a fantastic lyric. Of course, removing it one step further and making it about dying is even way more fantastic because it's still about time ultimately. It's, how much more brilliant could you possibly be? And the whole, like, you know, never change, never change, never change, never change. And then, of course, you're, this is who I fell in love with. And then I can change, I can change, I can change, I can change at the same time. Well, that's classic FE, FE reality to find oneself in. But having the unique awareness of it to construct it into art in that fashion, well, that's an INFJ specialty. And it doesn't have to play out like the same kind of lyrics approach either, because Johnny's an INFJ and his lyrics sometimes can be like if you were to just evaluate it on, I guess, quantity of syllables, you'd say his lyrics could be wordy. But in reality, if you actually evaluate them on their merit, they're not wordy. They're making clear things. He's saying clear things for reasons. And every bit of it paints a little picture in your head. Throw my throw out my papers from the second grade. It makes you just think about this image. It's such a great little story. Just that's it. You don't even need to have any more of the lyrics to know that that little bit right there is just such a great little story, all by itself without doing anything else. Or things like um, what I'm trying to think of is I'm trying to think of how it starts exactly. I've got rubber bands in my pants. Wait, I've got rubber bands in my. Wait, what does it say? I got rubber bands in my hands. Anyway, I'm pushing six in my pants. I spent about half my advance just trying to get you. It's there's nothing unnecessary included, right? Everything that the story needs is there, and nothing the story doesn't need is there. And it's telling a story It's not trying to do something stupid for lyrics like explain things like I might try to do, you know, um, or make things complicated in some fashion, or when I'm more successful, try to imitate that, like try to have as much pop and clarity and effectiveness lyrically as that. It doesn't just happen. You gotta both be incredibly insightful about it and have the right answer. Because like I'm very insightful about it, but I still don't have the right answer, right? I mean, I'm much more likely to have the right answer when I'm making shit up on the fly. Maybe that's why I'm so drawn to making shit up. If I'm trying to write things, it's a much bigger struggle for me to have NI pop, especially with lyrics, than if I'm just in the moment responding to what the music suggests. Like a certain beat, it might suggest yeah, like I don't know, like go get the orange or something like that, which is because the music's telling me it needs to be like this amount of concept, right? But if I'm using my thinking parts to come up with words, then um, I just right now feeling bad about Kay. Obviously, probably Kay is like never gonna come around here again, or not for a long time or something, because I made her feel super bad. But you know what? It's like, what about my feelings sometimes? Saying, oh, Eric's always right. Like, we all know that it has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing. My words are correct. And then forget my words. Those words that were said by somebody somewhere were correct. It does not matter who said them, that it was me. Certainly, the fact that I'm saying them has nothing to do with whether I'm going to evaluate them as correct. Never in a billion years would I be so crass as to do so. I don't want to start getting. I was feeling bad about Kit, and then I started thinking about it, now I'm all mad again at her. So, I don't know whether to feel bad or not. She definitely did me a terrible disservice by trying to pretend that I hadn't been accurate in responding to what she actually said and stuff. And then, just, oh my God. She definitely, like, did me a terrible disservice by being dishonest and trying to say things that she wasn't saying and trying to position it as though I was wrong or I had a problem or something. And then at the end, when she admits it, she does so petulantly and with the implied claim that the reason I'm right has something to do with the fact that she's got to let me win rather than actually being correct, even though the fact that I and she have nothing to do with any of these things. Those words were wrong because these words were right. Doesn't matter who the people are, obviously. Anyway, so I feel bad and mad, apparently. I do feel bad about yelling at her so much, and she totally deserved it. So I don't know what to feel about. It's like other people never care this much about how I feel about things. And yes, her wrongness made me feel bad, but that's not what was wrong with it, right? At no point did I say, those words are wrong because they make me feel bad. Like, I may feel bad about yelling at her, but that had nothing to do with right or wrong. And I probably shouldn't feel bad about yelling at her because, after all, she was being incredibly rude to me when she was trying to tell me that she didn't say that and that I was incorrect and or misrepresenting what she'd said, etc. It's incredibly rude. So it's understandable I would yell at somebody for that. I don't know how to feel about it. These emotional parts of these kind of equations, they have no solution. That's why I don't like these kind of things. I both feel bad and mad. Well, I mean, what good is that then? It's not informative about anything. It's fine, Eric. You can be both feel bad and feel mad. Okay, but the point is, am I justified in being mad or should I feel bad? It's like, it's a fundamental question that needs to be answered one way or the other, not like, well, it's fine to feel both things concurrently. That's ridiculous. That doesn't resolve the underlying question of who's to blame. It pretends as though bad feelings just occur without anybody causing them. Well, both of you feel bad. She feels guilty, and you feel sad that she cut your legs off. So, well, there's a lot of feelings to work through on both sides, I guess. No, obviously. If that person feeling bad about it doesn't fucking matter at all, and you are doing much more than feeling sad about them cutting your legs off. And the emotional, like, mush of feelings, not answering any questions. Like, what is conceivably the purpose of this then? It, obviously, there is no purpose in answering that question. How I feel about it, and not going to be informative, nor should it be informative to anybody how they feel about it, as to whether or not I should have done something, or whether it was justified. Was I justified in yelling at her? Absolutely. But was it perhaps? I mean, the thing is, would I do it again? Well, I mean, I'm sure I was, as always, very articulate and I'm sure convincing in all of the reasons I articulated as to why I should be mad. So probably I would do the same thing again. Would I raise my voice again? It's irrelevant, right? What I'm saying is not impacted by how loudly I say it, how angrily, or whatever. So, and obviously, I wouldn't have been raising my voice if she had listened to me in my regular voice. So, I don't know how to think about it. Put myself in her shoes. I can't put myself in her shoes because I would literally never ever do that. I literally never, not ever do that. I never am wrong, and then somebody corrects me, and I double down on my wrongness. Not just almost never, I never do that. Not ever. Why would anybody do that? So I can't put myself in their shoes. Certainly, I, I therefore can't put myself in the shoes of somebody who, after they doubled down on their wrongness, then blamed the other person. I can't put myself in their shoes because I not only have never doubled down on wrongness, I certainly would not blame somebody else for me being wrong. I, now, is there less often than never? So Yeah, I can't put myself in their shoes because it's inconceivable to me to do that. I get that other people are not as correct as I am or whatever, but it doesn't mean it's okay for them to blame me when they're wrong. You know? So I don't know if I should feel bad or like, wow, that was an important boundary establishing. What's important? People agree about the truth about things. Like Google is the good company. And it's fine if people are wrong, but it's like resistance to the facts and me articulating how things are correctly understood, it does nobody any good and does the world a great disservice to make to say things that are factually false and completely garbage because other bad thinkers might adopt them. Right? It's like when we just pretend as though it doesn't matter whether what we say is wrong, people just don't question, don't like verify things like, well, I heard that this, and they don't think to themselves, well, I just heard it from somebody. They just adopt it as well. This is the correct position to have because they're bad thinkers too, right? But Kay's not that bad of a thinker. She should know better. And certainly she should not be resistant to being corrected in the way that she was. It's ridiculous. But it's also probably the case that she suffered from a bit of straw that broke the camel's back syndrome. And even though she was an example of that straw, she was not more uniquely to blame for being such a straw as other people than other people. And so accordingly shouldn't have received a disproportionate amount of correcting and anger from me. But still, what were you gonna say, Rachel? I'm sorry. I didn't want to listen to you. I just wanted to say what I was saying. Say what you're gonna say. I'm sorry. You're having some reservations about mine.
Um, Google's not totally bad, but like, they're definitely like people who are writers for blogs and stuff, like online writers have stuff to worry about because they're pushing Gemini hard.
Well, it is the case that Google is acting in the interest of like everybody rather than protecting certain industries.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's how they should be behaving. No, I stopped reading the chat entirely, obviously, Kay, because I was done, and I needed to voice what I was going to voice, and also because I was outside without my glasses on, and the blinds were closed, so there was no way for me to read it, even if I had wanted to, which I did not at the time, for sure. I had read quite enough from you at that point. It's not even TE stuff, right? It's like I said, basic common courtesy being denied me that I afford others. Okay, let's see. Right, I am not always right. I if I thought I was always right, obviously I would never be right. The problem that other people have is they think they get to be right regardless of whether they are. I don't have that misconception. As far I am. Well, what am I even doing here? I feel like I have an onus to sit through this rant to affirm Eric's princess pissiness, but I'm tired. Okay, you don't need to do anything for me. If you want to say to yourself, like, Okay, well, I guess that's my come to Jesus moment. And I recognize the fact that, yeah, I dealt with that badly. I should have acknowledged that I was wrong in the first place, not double down on it, not try to blame Eric at the end or say that it's like Eric's mood that has anything to do with it, because actually it has nothing to do with that. The reason I'm pissy is because of exactly this shit. You trying to pretend as though my mood has something to do with your wrong words. The thing is, even if Rachel's right that there are some cause for reservations about Google, the thing that Kay said left no doubt about her position on it. We should never trust Google as a general rule. I mean, how much more clear could you be?
Yeah, no, I don't.
And how much more clearly wrong could anybody be?
I think Google really had a good reputation for a very long time. It's just that now, they're trying to keep up, so they're pushing Gemini, which, what are you gonna do? I mean,
And I already gave you multiple reasons you could potentially say that. You could say, well, I actually don't think you shouldn't trust Google. I'm trying to say you shouldn't trust anybody's general rule. But you chose not to take the obvious way out that I gave you. Okay, what is guaranteed to cause me to continue ranting is for you to say things like this. Are you going to continue operating on your misconception? There was no misconception, ma'am. Stop trying to pretend you said something other than what you said. Stop trying to pretend the problem's on this end. That's what the problem is your denial of reality and trying to blame me for your fucking wrongness.
I'm not a young man. I'm female, and I need help.
Who's who's saying that it's just trying to you know be somebody to shit on us for
Yeah.
it's just trying to FI attack. I didn't say you shouldn't trust Google. You should never trust Google as a general rule was exactly what you said. How is it that you did not say that? Okay. I've read it to you back multiple times. And you're still trying to say that the problem is me, not you. That's not what fucking happened. How could you be so appallingly horrible as to and so appallingly dishonest about things? No, you did say you shouldn't trust Google, right? You definitely did say that. Okay, I accept that you mistyped or whatever. That happens, right? But your central thesis has been you should not trust Google. I mean, Teabag, her exact words were never trust Google as a general rule. Those were her exact words. But your understanding from this message, that's not what I said, but it's okay. The reason why I said that is unrelated to their quality or lack thereof of their services. Right. Obviously, the question of whether it is correct to say you shouldn't trust Google had nothing to do with the quality of anything. It has to do instead with their trustability, right? But the point I've made in multiple ways was just how much Google has demonstrated that they do have that trustability by continually prioritizing the right things, right? And you're pretending as though somehow I'm still responsible for misinterpreting you. But that's not what happened, is it? No, you didn't take back what you said. You doubled down on your wrongness, right? You said that, in fact, you know what? I don't need to read. The thing is, I've already litigated this, and you're still pretending as though it's not determined. And you're asking me to litigate it again, whereas in fact, I've made it abundantly clear that you lose on all merits, and you're continuing to demonstrate the exact fucking problem that I was ranting about in the first place, trying to somehow blame me for your wrongness, doubling down on it, and otherwise pretending as though it's something other than what I said it was. So stop it. Be sane, for fuck's sake. There's no confusion here. It's exactly what I said it was from the outset. And it's not my fault that you're wrong. I mean, Kay, why should I, at this point, given the fact that you clearly don't do me the respect of paying any attention to my words, why are you continuing to ask me to pay attention to yours? Because my words mean specific things. So when I say something, it's for a good reason and is correct, of course. And the thing is, you, on the other hand, are pretending as though somehow there's some other ground here besides Kay was wrong 100%, Eric was correct for all the reasons he articulated, and that's it. There's nothing else to be said about it. Anything else you do say about it is just continuing to exemplify the fucking problem that makes me so mad in the first place. So stop pretending there's anything else at all here except Kay was wrong for the reasons Eric said, and Eric was right for the reasons Eric said. Stop pretending anything else is possible, conceivable at this, okay? Because every time you pretend that, you're just spitting in my face and calling me wrong and a liar without any cause. No, Eric, I didn't say that. You definitely did, so you're calling me a liar? And more words from you won't change what already has happened, right? There's no getting beyond what you've already done in terms of wrongness without you acknowledging it first. Without you saying, actually, you're 100% right. I've learned something from this. I'm not going to behave like this again, or something like that. You don't get to move on from the topic, somehow retain some linkage to it, and pretend as though it's okay, right? That's not how the world fucking works. I mean, I assumed when I was done yelling and calmed down a bit, they're like, well, I did. I felt bad. Like, I tried to make Kay feel bad. She must know clearly that what she did was fucked up, but she was probably just like caught up in the subjective moment or something. I don't know. Little did I know, you'd still be here making the same mistake. Obviously, I didn't yell enough. I should have yelled a lot more, perhaps. Of course, it wouldn't have made any difference. I could have just saved myself the breath and said it in a calm voice because you don't listen regardless. Of course, I'm saying the same thing in any instance because I'm not going to obviously be more incorrect because of how I say something, or less incorrect, you know. And of course, again, it's not correct. Nothing I'm saying is correct because of me. It's important to remember that, right? And nothing to do with me. We're evaluating the things that are being said on their merits. But instead of learning anything from my teaching normally, getting angry at her intransigence, actually screaming, yelling, not screaming, but ranting and whatever, complaining about her obscene, abhorrent, satanic, evil behavior, and her learn absolutely nothing and still be trying to tell me something. It's like Prince Andrew. I'm looking at Prince Andrew right in front of me. Like, surely you do not believe that interview went well. Yeah, I do. Okay. Obviously, you are completely disconnected from reality. And you don't care about justice, truth, goodness, anything. Anything righteous in the world. You don't care about it at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so duplicitous and dishonest and incorrectly assigning blame to somebody who's entirely blameless. I know no good people who try to blame people who are blameless. None. Yet that's consistently what you've tried to do here. You've tried to blame me for your failures on multiple levels over and over and over again. I don't know a single decent person who does that, who tries to blame somebody else for something that they're responsible for and that person is factually blameless for. Never mind, I already have my cigarettes. They're in my pocket. I didn't feel enough, I guess. So, yeah, at this point, you should feel bad. If you don't feel bad, you're a fucking sociopath and deluded combined. Because it's clearly been articulated that you are to blame and that what you did was really fucked up and that you were dishonest and etc. Right? And instead of actually feeling bad and recognizing that, oh, this is not my best hour, obviously, maybe my worst hour. Instead of recognizing that, you keep doubling down and demonstrating the same fucking thing over and over again. So I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. I normally say there's nothing wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Because seriously, who does that? Who tries to blame the victim over and over again for your own bad behavior? Like, the problem here is I'm being victimized by your wrongness just by having to read it. And then you doubling down on it. Well, that's just, again, making me bear the burden of your stupidity and stubbornness or whatever. And then at the end of this whole thing, you want to try to blame me for me having to carry the burden of your fucking stubbornness. Not once, but over and over and over and over and over again, with every word you say, you're trying to blame me. May not say, I blame you, Eric, in the exact word, but in no uncertain terms, that's what exactly it is. Because I read things correctly, I interpreted them correctly, there's nothing else to say about it. My points were winning points, and nothing else to say about that. And that's all there is to it, you know? If you're going to say that somehow I didn't interpret it correctly, or that you meant something else than what you said, or whatever, you're lying and spitting in my face over and over again, and most importantly, blaming me for your wrongness. Yeah, it's like it. People do this a lot, and it's incredibly infuriating. But this thing where, okay, well, why do you believe that? Well, here's the reason. Well, that reason's all obviously bullshit. Well, then here's the reason. Like, I asked you what the reason you have to believe that and reason why I should agree with it. If you don't even know what the reason is, why are you affirming it in the first place? Right? People do that all the time. I don't know what to make of it. Like this thing I saw, this title I saw, New Theory Explains the Missing Evidence. This person is clearly an advocate in favor of Egyptians building pyramids. So my question is, why did you believe that before this new theory? Because people don't affirm things based on whether they ought to or not, or the legitimacy of those affirmations. They just think that, well, this is the thing that I affirm, I guess, and they don't know why they're affirming it at all. They don't have any good reason to affirm it, and yet when I tell them that their affirmation does not stand, they get all like, "Oh, but it's my affirmation." It's like how could it even be precious to you? You never understood in the first place why you even make this affirmation. It's it's like I don't get it. Obviously, I wouldn't affirm something unless I had an understanding of why I'm affirming it. I would just say, well, that's not my half. I don't know. I don't want to affirm that because I don't have any reason to think that I do affirm it because, after all, I don't know why would affirm it. It seems I don't quite. It's like I don't get it because it's like obviously if you're affirming something, you have a reason why it's to be affirmed, right? If you how could you not know what that reason is and still affirm it? It seems completely impossible. Like it's a paradox. But I don't know. People don't think right. Like, oh, this is definitely true. Why? Because of this. But that's bullshit. Well, then, because of this. The point is, you're supposed to know why before you tell me that it's true. Obviously. Not that it's true, regardless of the fact that you don't have any reason as to why. It, oh, God. Like, I don't know why, but what I'm saying is correct, and you should agree with it. Okay. Wait, you clearly believe it's correct. Can I ask you why? I have no fucking idea. I've got a variety of wrong ideas. It doesn't matter why. The important thing is what I'm saying is correct. Well, it's clearly not. But that's your fault, Eric. It's your fault that I'm wrong. And I don't like it at all. I'm going to blame you. I'm going to tell you that, in fact, I'm not wrong. But you don't even have any, you don't even know why you're saying what you're saying. Does not matter at all. Oh, people in their ways. It reminds me of the scene in Connecticut, Yankee and King Arthur's court, where he cannot explain to them that getting like 60 pennies instead of 50 quarters is not a raise. Eventually, he just throws his hands, and you know what, you fuckers, yes, that's fine. You reap the harvest of your own stupidity. I wish that there were practical consequences like that for people's wrongness all the time. And today, Kay incurred some much needed practical consequences. Mainly, getting the shit schooled out of her like she deserved. And apparently continues to deserve. No, I don't need to look at more of your words unless your words are, I thought about it, you're 100% right, I don't know what the fuck I was doing. And unless there's those words, then there's nothing, your more words from you is just going to be further exemplifying the problem. And, you know, it's absolutely doing God's work to stomp out fucking squirmy dissembling and dishonesty like that. So that means you were doing Satan's work. And you should be ashamed of yourself accordingly. And any words from you other than, I understand and am ashamed of myself accordingly, are just going to be furtherance of your deal with the devil. Obviously, I don't brook new Satan deals and stuff around here. If you want, if you're like, hey, is it cool if I bring Jeffrey Epstein around? No, it's not cool. Similarly with what you're doing. I'm obviously not going to be okay and never will be okay with that kind of satanic nonsense going on anywhere near me. Sure, I understand, Kay, that your crime is somewhat less dramatic, less significant than Jeffrey Epstein's. But the principle is exactly the same. Just as I would be appropriately outraged and correcting to that kind of wrongness, I am equivalent to your kind of wrongness because both things are predicated on the same fucking thing. Not caring about what's right, true, just, fair, whatever. They're both exact. You may be like a minor example of it is maybe the most major ever, but it's the same fucking principle of evil all the time. Every evil act ever done is done with the same fucking principle. That it's okay to be dishonest if I get the outcome I want. It's okay for me to not care about consent if I get the outcome I want. Well, exactly the principle is going on here. It's okay, Case thinks, if I'm dishonest as long as I get the outcome I want. Well, that's pure fucking evil, and I won't tolerate it. And you should, as I've said multiple times, be ashamed of yourself. And if your words are anything other than that, then I don't have any reason to read them because you're just demonstrating the same fucking problem over and over again. You're just making love to the devil in front of me over and over again. I'm not arguing with myself. I am correcting Kay, and she is refusing to learn anything and continuing to blame me for her wrongness, and has been continuing to do so for a long time. Believe me, if you're saying I'm arguing with myself as though somehow I haven't actually read what Kay says, I've read plenty of it, and I read it correctly. And it has nothing to do with me at all, right? The issue here fundamentally is that Kate keeps thinking it's about her and me, whereas her words were wrong, the words I said were correct. The fact that I said them and she said them don't matter at all. And to be dishonest about the words that were said, what they meant, etc., and continue to double down and blame me for interpreting correctly what she said, pretending I didn't, well, that's evil and dancing with the devil in front of me, and I'm not going to tolerate it. And instead of learning anything from my earlier yelling at her, she continued to fucking demonstrate the same behavior. When I finished yelling at her, I was like, I feel bad, and I was probably never gonna come here again, whatever. Little did I expect that when I came and looked at the chat, she was not only still here, she was still demonstrating the thing that I had just fucking finished explaining to her was evil and wrong and horrible, right? But she didn't listen, she didn't care, she didn't learn anything. She did not afford me the same courtesy I afforded her of actually responding to the words I say, and she continued to duplicitously blame me for her bad behavior. I'm not insulting you, Kay. The fact that you're saying that is, again, being doubling down on the bad behavior, right? This whole thing is been continued, predicated on you refusing to be honest about things. And continuing to be dishonest is not going to help. I should just fucking, time you out and just figure this woman is not going to learn anything in any kind of civilized way at all. And there's no point in getting mad about it because she's just a fucking evil barbarian. But that you were an evil barbarian should not be disputed by anybody at this point. I'm not gaslighting her at all, right? She's trying to gaslight me, pretending as though I somehow didn't read her words right. Well, I mean, the point is, lying is certainly never in the service of God. But even less in the service of God is trying to blame somebody else for things that you were responsible for. Because then not only are you lying, but you're falsely accusing somebody of something they did not do. And whether or not you find this insulting is obviously beyond the point, right? If you haven't learned anything and don't feel ashamed of yourself for your obvious bad behavior, then that's your problem. If you find it insulting that I point out this stuff, that's your problem. After all, I'm not going to compliment evil. I'm not going to be polite to it. And your behavior has been evil. It has been dishonest. It has falsely accused me of things I did not do. And you continue in it as I even speak. So, you know, either you seriously look at yourself and go, okay, maybe I need to I need to really reevaluate because, wow, can't believe I had such little moral engagement with anything. If that's not your response to this, instead of I feel insulted, then you are obviously morally bankrupt and probably will never learn anything as a human being about what it means to be decent, you know? That's all I can tell you. Because if you have that little regard for your responsibility, being honest, not just when it comes to like say, oh well, I went to the store and I bought a coconut when really I didn't. But when you're actually accusing somebody else of things that you've done wrong, and you have, and in the aftermath of that, you feel no remorse, feel like you have no need to evaluate yourself and maybe recognize some of your bad habits or whatever you want to call it. Well, then, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You don't qualify as a human being as far as I'm concerned because you don't accept your role as a moral agent, you know? You're one of those people, one of those evil people who doesn't care at all about the means, just the outcome. And doesn't matter how much I've successfully showed you that what you're doing is evil, doesn't matter to you. You'll continue to do it, don't care at all. Will learn nothing, continue to blame me, and think somehow that the takeaway from this is that I'm insulting you. Well, have fun with your stunted subhuman existence. And there's there's no more accurate way of putting it than that. Stunted and subhuman. Because you don't accept our fundamental duty as moral agents. You do not accept things that can be universalized as morally obligatory as applying to you. It does not matter if you execute any process properly as long as you get the outcomes you want. So that makes you evil. That's the definition of evil. And continuing to demonstrate it is not going to help, obviously. Like, after you've blamed me so many times for your bad behavior, at some point you should go, oh shit, let me think about how I would feel if somebody blamed me for what they did, right? How would you feel if Joe stole that camel, but he kept saying that you did it? How would you feel? It's like, this is stuff you should have learned, obviously, in kindergarten. So if you still haven't learned at this point, I think you're likely to be fundamentally broken. Because indeed, in all of our exchanges, instead of saying anything accurate, you kept blaming me for not interpreting your words correctly, for not reading what you said, for not listening enough, or other stuff like that that was not, I didn't do that, right? That's all stuff you did. And you kept blaming me for it. You have no remorse for accusing others of your crimes. Do you have no recognition that, oh shit, this is not some kind of mushy thing, it's a clear, bright line of unacceptable evil behavior, right? And what a gorgeous, wonderful opportunity this is for you to conceivably grow as a human being, but you will never grow if you continue to double down on and demonstrate your evil ways. I guess I should have figured out that when you were still here, you're irredeemable. Because normally a person would be like, ouch, that makes me feel bad. I'm going to go away and never come here again. not I'm going to continue to falsely accuse Eric of shit he did not do and learn absolutely nothing and then claim that he's insulting me. Yeah, the balls on this one, right? The balls. Well, I mean, I may not be able to fix her, but I'm certainly going to obliterate any conceivable thought she might have of this being anything other than what it is. Show media, that stuff's fucking irrelevant. That's not what we're talking about, obviously. It doesn't matter how capable or incapable you might think K is of not being evil. Everybody has the responsibility to not be evil, regardless of their capability of it. I don't care how strong her emotions are. It doesn't matter how strongly I feel like I want to burn your house down, right? I don't get to actually do it, and then, oh, well, but you don't understand how strongly she felt. That's why we don't concern ourselves with irrelevancies and subjectivities that aren't that are not salient or informative at all about central questions. To try to pretend that people have some other than absolute and unmitigatable responsibility to universal duties is, again, you want to just say, like, yeah, but maybe you should have a little more sympathy for the devil. I have no sympathy for the devil, and neither should you. Because I tell you what would make me sympathetic, renouncing her relationship with the devil, then I could conceivably be sympathetic. But until she renounces that relationship or demonstrates that she's not continuing to make love to the devil, the only correct response is to condemn it wholeheartedly. Nobody can fix her if it's like the thing is, what she's demonstrating is a refusal to, inability to, whatever, in, uh, grow from the way that people grow, right? Which is being corrected. Happens to me all the time. It's how I grow in every way, right? Like, oh, this is cool. I do too much, and then I incur the consequences of it. And I learn and I grow. I become wiser by fucking up all the time, recognizing that I fucked up, and trying to learn from it. Being somewhat responsive to reality checks, right? Sympathy for the Devil, is it a good song? Is that the one that goes, please allow me to introduce myself? Yeah, that is a good song. That's a good song. And I'm not a Rolling Stones lover, but that's a good song. Pleased to meet you. What's that name? And the thing is, you'll notice that instead of, like, she could at any point have said any words that indicated that she was growing or had learned anything from this. And instead, when she no longer can fool anybody with her garbage, she says nothing and disappears. At no point is there any acknowledgement that maybe I was wrong or I was wrong or anything, right? If she's not getting the outcome she wants, she's going to disengage because that's how evil is. So even though This may not have been the experience I exactly signed up for tonight. This is an important opportunity for everybody to realize you can recognize this shit and you should hammer it relentlessly because it's evil and not engage with it in any other way than evil when you encounter it. What she did that was evil, Guilt, was not being wrong, right? It was then, after being wrong, blaming me over and over again for correctly interpreting what she said and correcting her, pretending as though she didn't say that, she didn't mean that, or that I had interpreted it wrong, or that I didn't read enough of what she had said, or various other factual falsehoods that falsely blamed me for her bad behavior over and over again. That's the problem. I don't ever have any problem with people being wrong. The problems start after I correct them or as I'm correcting them, right? I don't expect people to be right. Well, that was not her aim, future of typology. Her aim was to get away with her wrongness as though it were some kind of miscommunication. And guess what she absolutely did not get away with? That. Nor should anybody ever get away with that. It's evil and wrong. And if you can't recognize when you've done something bad as having been a moral failure of yourself, then not just you did something bad, but you are evil at that point. Well, she hasn't done it in a way to me at the right moment where I saw it for what it is, I guess. She did tonight, and obviously she's a complete scumbag. Of course, she likely will never be back here again because now she's been exposed, right? So nobody's going to let her bullshit slide ever around here. Really? Well, obviously, I've not been paying enough attention to Kay. I did not know that we had an evil one in our midst. And I do not want anybody to think that I would tolerate it if I knew, or if I had been paying enough attention to notice that I would ever tolerate it. Never would I tolerate that kind of shit. And so the fact that it took me this long to figure it out, that's my bad. To the extent that you had to endure her bad behavior because I took too long to figure it out, I guess I should. It's not really correct to say I'm sorry, but I do feel sorry about it. It's not like I exactly did anything wrong, but I could have done a better job of my custodial responsibilities. No, no, no. Typology, that's not what I'm saying is the definition of evil here. The reason I'm calling her evil is because over and over again, she falsely accused me of her wrongdoing, right? And it didn't matter how much I delivered the facts to say, you are falsely testifying against me here. She refused to acknowledge it over and over again. She continued to display the same bad behavior, and when she could no longer get away with it at all, in other words, it was fully unveiled for what it was, instead of doing anything like to show that, okay, Eric, I guess I did falsely accuse you of that, or any kind of decent thing, she just disappeared. Oh, yeah, you're a girl? Did I call you a guy? I'm sorry. I might have, I probably was assuming you were a dude, but I didn't know I had conveyed that, but I might have. So it is important what Future of Typology is saying. It is very important that we not be loose with our use of the word evil. And it so accordingly, I would not be using it if it weren't that kind of behavior that justifies it. You know, when you make false testimony to try to get somebody else convicted for crimes you committed, do it over and over again, show no remorse or willingness to change your ways at all, that's evil. And I do appreciate your voice on the matter saying, let's be careful about how we use evil. You are absolutely correct about that. Let's be very careful about how we use that word evil. That's why I'm careful to articulate exactly why it's evil and that it's justified to call it that, because if you can imagine, if I went into court and falsely testified to get some innocent man convicted and put into jail, you would certainly call that evil. She kept blaming me over and over again for some kind of miscommunication, like that I hadn't read. First, she said I didn't read what she said, even though I read it word for word. Then she said that I had misinterpreted it or something, and or that I wasn't reading all that she had said about it. And then after I hammered the fact that no, you actually did say those things, she continued to blame me for not understanding her, misrepresenting it, whatever, even though that factually did not happen. And pointing out the fact that it did not happen didn't seem to matter. So you might say, well, that's not the same thing as testifying against somebody in court and sending them to jail because there's no consequences of jail time. But the thing is, that's why we don't look to outcomes to determine whether something's evil. It's evil for you to, you know, do various kinds of harm to somebody, regardless of how you measure the outcomes. So if we got to determine evilness based on outcomes, then it would be fine for somebody to victimize me as long as we were using their impact calculus. you know, obviously, we can't evaluate things like that. Yeah, I don't like those kind of terms evil either, like covert narcissist, whatever, or triad, whatever. Let's call a spade a spade. When people are evil, that's what they should be called. And we can use the term correctly when we point to the fact that they're doing wicked things over and over again. When called on it, they learn nothing. They show no remorse. They show no willingness to change their ways and continue doing evil things. Well, then it is correct to call them evil. Any other kind of psychology term might apply to it is giving them some kind of pass or pathology when the problem isn't that they're sick, it's that they're evil. No, I get AJ Cottrell that evil doesn't like to advertise the fact that it's such, right? So if you're talking about somebody who's openly evil, saying to people, I am evil, and so there should be no surprise when you come here and get evil treatment. Well, there are no such people. So there's no reason to include that term covert. And narcissist says they've got some sort of psychological problem rather than being a wholesale condemnation of everything they are, which is what we should offer. No, AJ Cottrell, I'm saying if something's wrong with you, then it's a good reason to say there's something wrong with you. For example, if we were to demonstrate that Kay was not in her right state of mind, in fact, she was having a mental illness episode, a fugue state, and was not responsible for her behavior accordingly, then we would say, okay, she's not responsible for it, right? But the thing is, like, Rachel, when we say that she's got some mental illness, she has something actually wrong with her. that's articulable and curable via medication. It's not something that is a way in which he's warped, right? Or it's not some kind of set of vague criteria. Like, well, how do you know if somebody's a narcissist? Well, they need to check off these 5 things on this box. It's very easy to determine whether somebody's evil, right? Do they do evil things? Continue to do them, regardless of being corrected or instructed about it, and show neither remorse nor any intent to change their ways? That's evil. Pretend that it's something other than that is making the matter more complicated than it needs to be. We're not doing words of good service by using them to mush out what should be clear and present to everybody, right? We're doing words a disservice. Words like neurodivergent. We're not doing words of service at all with when we're using terms like that and pretending to mean things, right? We don't mean anything when we use that term. What people mean when they use that term is, I get to feel special. The reason I fail is because I'm so unique and different from everybody or something. It's like, in no way, shape, or form is our word, psychology, or anyone well served when we reward the mushy garbage of psychology, which is full of mushy garbage. So, like, bipolar mania means something, whereas, like, narcissist versus antisocial versus, like, I don't know what the other ones might be. We are really missing the point, right? The only thing to do with evil people is condemn them wholeheartedly. When without reservation, every time we encounter it. It's kind of like, somebody calling me getting angry about it, saying, well, what we have here is increased emotional and passion engagement related to blah, 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 blah. I'm pissed for good reason. There's no reason to use a bunch of fancy terminology to describe it. And, psychology is more prone to needless word salady stuff than most fields. Like, you're not going to get that in math, obviously, or physics, or even actual medicine. Like, can you imagine if doctors were like, hey, wow, you say you hurt your leg, you might have broken it. Well, let me diagnose that. So, do you sometimes feel you can't put the weight on your leg? Sometimes you do. How often would you say? Can you imagine if actual medical doctors tried to diagnose actual physical ailments the way that psychologists try to diagnose pathologies that aren't actual things? Things like ADHD and autism spectrum. Well, are you failing to be everything in these ways? Yeah. Well, that's what's wrong with you. Congratulations. You've got ADHD. It's a disease that people get sometimes. You might be born with it. It doesn't really matter. The point is, you need drugs because it's not how you are, it's something wrong with you that we need to fix. But all I did was answer your questionnaire. I mean, seriously, right? Like, all I did was answer this questionnaire, and you're saying you've diagnosed me with an actual, like, pathology that needs to be and can be treated by drugs. Can you imagine if medical doctors said, well, I've diagnosed you with diabetes based on your questionnaire, and I'm prescribing you about this much insulin based on your questionnaire. The questionnaire includes questions like, well, do you eat a lot of sugar? Do you go pee a lot? Um, do you think you're diabetic? How diabetic do you think you are? And the doctor's like, well, based on your answers here, I'm going to prescribe this much insulin to you. Or the way psychology and psychiatry actually works with that. Hey, doctor, I have diabetes. Oh, yeah? Well, how much drug should I give you? A lot. Okay? I can tell you right now, whatever you're giving me for diabetes, at least double it. And remember, this is why I don't go to the insurance doctor. Oh, no, I get it. I get it. My job is to prescribe you these drugs that you tell me you need for the disease you say you have. That's how psychology and psychiatry actually works, right? There are actual real things that you may not have a physical test for, like you can't do a blood test on Rachel to determine she's bipolar mania. But the difference between that and something else is that she's crazy when she doesn't have the drugs, and she's sane when she does. Very different thing than Eric not being productive in unfun ways or Eric not being productive in fun ways. I just want to say, Dr. Ingram, you are doing a fantastic job of treating my ADHD. Because I think what we can all agree on is that if there are any concrete symptoms of it, it would be things like procrastination and poor executive function. And I want to assure you that I have been just as bad at those things, but so much more energetically thanks to your treatment. I mean, if anybody's honest with themselves, the reason he's prescribing it is because I want it. And the reason he should prescribe it is because I want it. You know? That's the only conceivable defensible reason to be prescribing it. If you actually look at, he never even asked me like things like, well, are you more productive on it? Or, you know, how's that working out for you in terms of treating the symptoms of ADHD? He never even asked me anything at all about that. It's just like, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing fine, blah, 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 blah. I don't think he ever asked me that in the first place. Like, do you want this drug because it's effective at treating your symptoms? I don't think he ever asked me that question. And keep in mind, I'm saying he's a good doctor. So, what does that tell you about things like autism spectrum and ADHD and I don't know, what's the newest flavor of something wrong with me fucking fad. Like, oh, he's got low emotional intelligence, or he's got this thing. Oh, well, let's see what drugs we could give him. Look, I get it. You doctors went to all the trouble of making up this nonsense label, so we pharmaceutical companies will go to the trouble of making some drugs for it. After all, if there's not a pathology for us to treat, we're out of business. So, sounds good to me. You want to call that a disease or whatever? Here's some drugs that people might enjoy. I don't know. You know what? That's great. Turns out my patients do enjoy those drugs. So, therefore, they're treating the make believe problem that we've talked about. After all, every solution is just as good to a make believe problem. Yeah, this whole like failing to understand different categories of things is is a and like the way that things function as a set don't operate the same as things functioning as individuals of a set, etc. People don't get it at all, and it's really weird, but it produces insanities like that. You know, and I am, of course, yeah. There's something definitely true about destiny, right? Like I am incontrovertibly destined to be confronted with these things for the rest of my life and always to recognize them as such because that's how things work in the world. Like if you don't have a word from yeah or a concept from yeah, you simply won't notice it at all. It'll just not be distinct, right? It'll just be part of the background stuff that you're not having conceptual distinction from. Just like we don't distinguish between, say, one bacterium or the next because we don't know that bacterium's name. We just we just think, well, that's not even we wouldn't it wouldn't ever occur to us that be like, oh, that's John. Um, but equivalently, like for example, there have been tribes that were found that just had numbers for one, two, three, and more than three. And they literally could not conceive of seven of something. It it may seem strange to us who can conceive of seven because we have a word for it, what it would be like to not have a word for something and not have the conception of it. But if you don't have a word or distinction for something, then that distinction and thing doesn't have independent identity, and you simply are unaware of it continually all the time. I don't remember where I was started from on this thing or where I was going, but that middle part there, I do know about. But just that doesn't that doesn't help really to know that middle part unless I know where I started from or where I was going. So, you have fun with that middle part. Maybe you'll find it useful, more useful than I find the middle part. Because maybe for you, the middle part is the destination. You don't need the first part of where I was going at all. Who knows? But for me, I do need the beginning part and the end part, not just the middle part. So you and I, this just goes to show how you and I might be satisfied by the same things or unsatisfied by the same things or differ in that. Because obviously For me, I was trying to get somewhere ideationally. And for you, you may find that I had already gotten where you wanted to go. So, in that regard, reasonable people can definitely disagree about things. As long as they're disagreeing reasonably. Like, if somebody's continuing to disagree with you, like, um, I just saw your dog run on the street. That wasn't my dog. No, it definitely was your dog. No, wasn't mine. No, I took a picture of it. Here it is. And here's next to it a picture of you and your dog. You can see this is your dog by its distinctive garb that you have on it, as pictured both here in this picture I took and of you and your dog. And they still go, no, I'm sorry, I don't know why you're lying about this, but that was not my dog. I don't know where I was going with that either. But that does happen sometimes. You know what's weird? I totally thought, and I even said, I was talking about this before. I was like, yeah, I'm not tripping very hard today. You know, it's kind of surprising because I ate a comparable amount of mushrooms before, and I actually tripped quite hard. And I was saying, well, sometimes it maybe has something to do with your mood or something. And then I got all mad, and that's when I also realized, oh, I actually am tripping pretty hard. So maybe it does have something to do with that. Or they may just be slow acting actants. Because it was fairly long after I ate them that I was like, okay, at this point, fine, I'm not tripping very hard. I didn't like rush to judgment or anything. That's what I'm saying about mushrooms. Can't figure them out. They don't want to be understood. If you think you got them pinned down here, they'd be like, nah, Eric, you were wrong again about us mushrooms. Because we don't live according to your black and white thinking, okay? No, we don't have to be either this or that or whatever, okay? We're all things to all people at all times. Listen, mushrooms, you don't get to be that. Oh, yes, we do. And they are. Nothing I can say about it. My words are no match for mushrooms. I've tried again and again to explain them and understand them. I cannot and do not. You know, probably has something to do with the fact that mushrooms are so foreign to us. Like, you know, other mammals are close to us. Like birds are a little less close. You know, maybe like amphibians, a little less close, fish, etc. Mushrooms are about as far away from us as you can get. Much further away from us than plants. So it makes sense that our biological connection, though blessed by God in every conceivable sense, as long as I'm also on Adderall, um, that it's a wonderful relationship, but that I couldn't understand it with my mammalian ways is understandable and to be expected, really. I can put myself in the shoes of, say, a monkey or a dog or something a lot more easily than I could put myself in the shoes of a mushroom. What's it like to be a mushroom? I can't even imagine what it's like to be a mushroom at all. It might be great, it might be boring. I don't know. obviously, in some universal rule of like, don't destroy me, I guess. But even then, that might be how mushrooms spread their spores. I don't really know. Like, does the mushroom care that it's gotten picked for being eaten? Or is it like, no, I already done everything I was going to do? Is it like corn after the plant dies? Or I have no idea. I do know this, that something, the spirit of the mushroom, it persists long after the mushroom has died. And that spirit and I are what communed tonight. And just as nobody can ever really understand what it feels like to dance with a Sasquatch, so too with mushrooms. Because Sasquatches, I want to remind you, are not animals, they're dimensional beings. That's what the Sasquatch people say nowadays. Alright, but if there were these big animals you keep saying, then surely, they go, okay, fine then. They're dimensional beings. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being like that? And being like, Sasquatches exist. They're these big animals, and the reason we haven't found them is because, they're good at hiding and stuff. And then finally, there's enough on-site evidence to finally convince you that it's not possible for them to be big animals like you say. You go, you don't go like, well, I guess there aren't Sasquatches. You go, well, fine then. They're dimensional beings. There's got to be some existent thing to explain people claiming to have Sasquatch engagements. Well, I'm not calling you pseudo intellectual at all. Well, you're probably not talking to me. Oh, you're talking about that term thing. Well, look, the thing is, I understand why people might use those kind of terms because they've been normalized, and there's lots of things that I might mistakenly use terms without before I actually think about it very much. I for a long time I believed in evolution because I just didn't hadn't thought about it. It's not because I was guilty of the thing that I was mocking people for doing earlier, which is I affirmed it without actually understanding why or what I was affirming, having the reasons for it. It's kind of excusable a little bit of evolution because it's much more complicated than a lot of other things. That's one of the reasons why it's persisted for so long. Is because it's hiding under a disguise of complexity. So people go, well, it doesn't make any sense to me, but I just haven't come to understand all the different pieces of it yet. I'm sure it's right because after all the scientists agree with it, and the alternative is creationism. So it was a little bit more understandable than any other kind of thing. But I still ashamed of myself for for affirming something without understanding why that app should you know why I should be making that app. Well, I don't expect other people necessarily to do that, but Even though I was making fun of them for not earlier. I
Some
definitely
people
expect
do it.
myself to do that, though. Okay, well, I know we're all vested in the particulars of this dispute here, but let's be honest, AJ. Covert narcissist is a term of art. It's not an adjective defining another a noun in a normal way, and any more than, like, say, art history is an adjective to, you know, modifying the noun history. Art history is not the art of history or history artfully done or something. Similarly, covert narcissist, while the two terms together may add additional information about narcissists, correctly understood, is a term of art. Yes, I agree that it's a term of art in which the first word of it conveys actual information, namely that the person is being engaging in subterfuge in some fashion, but it it belies the obvious fact that nobody who's evil advertises that fact. Now, I will 100% agree that you should not be belittled for using the term, nor for thinking that it's a reasonable way to name the same thing, for example. It's not unreasonable to have a different name for something than the name I'm using, not at all. But I think it's also correct to note that psychology has a tendency to want to name and pathologize things. And sometimes the issue is as simple as a lack of character or something. So,
Although, if she was using gaslighting on you, that is a helpful term.
well, sure, gaslighting is a helpful term in that it helps us to understand what a given behavior is.
Yeah.
But covert narcissist is referring to a person, right?
That's a
And the thing is,
personality.
there is a pathology that you apply to a person. So there's nothing inherently wrong with it except for the fact that, um, well, I mean, there is something wrong with it in that the mechanisms that they're trying to identify in psychology's dark triad stuff are not correct. If you wanted to actually articulate the mechanism, it would be accountability avoidance, chronic, like, you know, determinate accountability avoidance disorder. And, or you'd say they've got, they behave as though outcomes justify their behaviors all the time. The outcome is, that they want justifies their behavior. So the thing is, we can articulate concrete, meaningful articulations of what it means to be evil, what those mechanisms possibly might be. And I do think that while it's not totally ridiculous for psychology to have some kind of medicalized term for this stuff, that to the extent that they want to do that and be doing anything, they should at least be correct about it. And in this instance, they're not because they're not articulating the correct mechanisms by which evil behavior manifests. Like, it may be the case that they don't care about other people or whatever, but the actual mechanisms by which they manifest their evil have to do with more more specifically articulable things, like I said, behaving as though outcomes justify behavior, and you know the outcomes as they measure them. Of course, that's how outcomes always are. But behaving as though outcomes justify their behavior, and displaying a refusal to learn from that, demonstrate remorse slash uh, resolution to go forward and sin less, at least, you know. So these things are issues of character ultimately, and it may be the case that we can call them dark triad personality traits or whatever, but ultimately they're best described as either evil or an abject lack of character. Pathological lack of character, I don't know. The term narcissist in general is automatically off the bat misleading because it makes you think of somebody who wants to look at themselves in the mirror a lot. That's not correct, obviously. I don't know. I just don't necessarily think we're well served by medicalizing stuff that's not actually medical. Like, why is Joe a liar? Like, okay, well, what do you mean? Well, what's really wrong with him? No, that is what's really wrong with him. He's a liar. There's nothing, there's no further information needed. What's really wrong with that murderer right there? That he's a murderer. You could also describe it as lack of character, lack of remorse, refusal to learn anything, you know, willful repetition of his own bad behavior, etc. Whatever else you want to characterize it as. But why does Joey commit crimes? Because he's a fucking criminal. That's why. I don't know. I'm sure he has his reasons. Why are we caring about them? No, I mean, psychologically, why does he commit crimes? Because he's a criminal. I already answered that question. Obviously, he commits crimes because he's unwilling or unable to control himself enough to respect the universal duties and obligations of others. No, but I mean psychologically, why? I just answered that question. Because he refuses to fulfill his duty as a moral agent. Pretending that it's something other than his culpability for refusing to fulfill that duty is insane. But we want to understand medically why some people are shitbags. Being a shitbag is not a medical problem. Like, the police might well ask me, well, how did that person rob something from you? Do you know why they robbed it from you? Or perhaps, how much was it worth? Or can you prove that they robbed it from you? Things like that. And then you come on the scene and say, yes, but also, how did he rob you in a medical sense? He didn't, obviously. This isn't a medical matter. We've got a criminal robbing me. I know, but I'm trying to medically explain why this is happening. Again, you can no more medically explain this than you can provide blueprints to somebody by doing an interpretive dance. I mean, Future is not retarded and AJ is not dumb. I get that both of you are not pleased with the other's positions and stuff, but it's I might be guilty of that sometimes too. I often enough tell people how retarded they are and stuff. But I shouldn't do it, and you shouldn't be like me. Do like I say, not like I do. We do have words for a reason, but it's also a reasonable position to say when words are being used to make something simple very complicated. Happens all the time in liberal arts education, right? Like they're trying to have some word for like a person making a decision or something, and a confluence of vectors results in blah, blah, blah. They do it all the time in liberal arts shit. And in fact, the more bullshit something is, the more words they try to use to justify it. Like ENFPs are experts at dense, and not even dense, but just like paragraphs of verbiage that don't mean anything at all. Okay, well, AJ, I do appreciate the risibility of the distinction you're making there and acknowledge that you did say that and not the former. You did not say he was retarded. You did say he was unbelievably retarded. So, unlike Kay, you are right to correct me here. I did misrepresent what you said. And I'm sorry for that. I should never have treated your words so callously. No, nobody's disputing the value of words to do things, right? What we are saying, what I'm saying anyway, is that just because we can use words to do things doesn't mean we can and should use words to do things, doesn't mean that we should use endless words in all contexts for all things. So, for example, what I'm saying about medicalizing something is not a medical matter. That's not exactly what you guys are talking about, but it's informative about it, right? Like, while it may not be, like, for example, we can all agree that calling, I've got a broken bone instead, calling it a radial fracture of the shin bone or whatever they call it medically, is a important distinction to make. It makes a meaningful medical distinction that medical practitioners need to know in order to do something about it. Right? So nobody's disputing that words sometimes behave like that. And as I've said before, I'm not even wholeheartedly condemning the use of the term covert narcissist or whatever. People have different words to refer to the same thing. It's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with me calling somebody evil and somebody else calling him wicked, or somebody else calling him immoral, and we're all referring to the same thing, or somebody else calling him covert narcissist. Those are fine, all fine. Only one of them, though, claims to be medical in some sense. And I think legitimately question the validity of medicalizing wickedness. It's a reasonable position to have. It's certainly not a position against the legitimate use of words to do their good work. And because you people are not evil, notice how I'm not getting very mad at all about any of this. Like, it enraged me because she was genuinely operating in bad faith. And while um, well, it took me a while for me it to dawn on me that the reason I was so angry was the scope of what it was, that she was evil. Um, my emotions knew before my head did, obviously, because I clearly was enraged. So I've got some good news for both of you. Based on my emotions, neither of you are evil. But Eric, I thought you shouldn't find it like that. I'm making a joke. That's not why you're not evil. Obviously. You're not evil because of my emotions. My emotions obviously are unrelated to the question of whether or not you are evil. I mean, I don't care who's in agreement or disagreeing with me. I'm not thinking of this as this person with a face and that person with a different face. I'm thinking of it as these two people are going at it. Here's what it is. Here's the correct things about it, and it's like I said, it's not unreasonable to use the term, but ultimately, it's probably better to not use terms like that for the reasons I've articulated. I'm not even claiming it's a determined point for sure. So there's reasonable people can have some disagreement about this, right? Broadly, I think I'm correct about this, but um, I understand the reality where it's fine for people to have different names referring to the same thing if they mean the same thing. I might take exception to some of the mechanisms of psychology in describing this, but that could be interpreted as quibbling, certainly. And and my point about medicalizing is correct, but I can understand why that might not be determinate for some parties. They'd be wrong for it not to be determinate, but nevertheless, I can understand. it's not it's not the kind of wrongness that's super offensive to me. Your name is YouTube Psychology, and you're on a YouTube Psychology channel arguing with YouTube psychologists. Should you be surprised? that people are what? Accusing you of psychology? Nobody should be surprised at that point if anybody's accusing anybody of psychology. I never really heard anybody accuse anybody of that before. I'm gonna try accusing people of that from now on. You, your psychology. My psychology, what? You know. If I have to tell you, it's already too late. Future zeitgeist has no meaning in what you said. Zeitgeist means spirit of the age. How did they use the word zeitgeist? You know what? If you're really enjoying the zeitgeist around here, well, I got some good news for you because it's not something that's going to disappear overnight. After all, a zeitgeist is the spirit of the whole age. WTF are you on about? I don't know what I'm on about. I was just talking about zeitgeist and stuff. Did you eat a lot of crayons and lick lots of desks and windows in grade school, Fly Guy? I doubt he did much of that stuff, Teabag. Um, I don't understand why you're trying to provoke him. I don't know what it was you did in the first place to get you timed out, but in general, probably not a good idea to, you know, it's never a good idea to engage in personal attacks. Sometimes I do it too. Like I said, I say people are retarded and stuff like that. That's a personal attack. Unlike my calling Kay evil, because that's an accurate and fair, like, I am condemning her, It's not it's not the same as me calling somebody stupid or retarded, which is me being insulting to them because they're making me mad. That's very different than a condemnation. I shouldn't insult people like that because they're making me mad, and I wish I didn't. I try. I might say I'm going to try not to, but I don't have that much mindfulness all the time. Um, but I definitely have gotten better about that than I used to be. I used to be a lot more abusive in my language because I mean it's understandably why I get people were frustrated, man. It would seem to me that they had to be willfully interfering with the capacity of anybody to understand anything with their obstructionist dissembling. But I'm much more likely these days is just accuse them of what they're doing and call them things like an obstructionist dissembler rather than. I'll still probably call them retarded, but I won't. I guess I won't also call them a jerk. Probably. I don't know. I don't know. At some point, if somebody's just being that like not cooperative communicatively, I don't even know what else to do but berate them. Well, we all have bad days occasionally, Fly Guy. You know, I remember. I thought he dealt with the evolution conversation with pretty good grace, really. As always, of course, I'm like, no, we cannot agree to disagree, but I thought he dealt with pretty gracefully, probably more so than I did in some points. But of course, I don't know how to gracefully make no progress despite, it's like that Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur court thing. Or like the guy is trying to explain to these peasants that when the aristocrat offers them to increase their, you know, 50 silver coins, to stop getting 50 silver coins, but instead get 60 copper coins, that's not an improvement. He's trying to explain to them this, and they just refuse to understand or cannot understand and begin to think that obviously this guy's the problem. He keeps telling them this factually untrue thing from their perspective. And eventually he's just like, all right, you guys, yeah. One guy's point that I have psychology reference in my name. Oh, well, you do have, your name is future of typology. It could be interpreted in a variety of ways. You could be interested in the future of typology. You could be saying that you are the future of typology. You could be saying um, the future of typology includes me learning about it. Probably that's not what it means, but there's some ambiguity there. Oh my God. Are you still saying that? Are you still making that point, AJ? Everybody understands that adjectives modify nouns, and that covert is an adjective and narcissist is a noun. But to pretend that covert narcissist is an adjective modifying a noun is like saying that that foreign policy is just an adjective modifying a noun. It's not, but in fact, if we treat it like that, we're completely wrong, right? So the point is, a term of art is a name for something that functions as a single unit. Pretend that it can be better understood by treating it not as what it is wrong. And it's wrong even though the adjective covert is informative regarding the noun it's modifying in this instance. Just because it's more informative in this instance than, say, foreign policy or art history does not change the fact that it is still a term of art. It is still a single label for a specific pathology. It's not like there are uncovert narcissists. Like, if you had, say, aggravated stress fracture or regular stress fracture, well, in that instance, the aggravated is informative about what kind of stress fracture it is, right? So it's not a term of art. It does not qualify as a single diagnosis term, but rather it is an adjective informing us about the diagnostic term. That is not the case here, right? Covert is not equivalent to aggravated. Well, I'm also having some. Well, AJ, I mean, I don't know if this is. I don't know if gaslighting is the right term, but I already corrected you about this point. I already informed you about the fact that it's a term of art. I gave you examples like I have here. I've further given you examples. I've demonstrated the difference between a an adjective modifying a diagnostic term and one that is part of a diagnostic term. And I've explained that this is the case regardless of whether the adjective is informative about it. You do not seem to have heard me and or have not updated your reality to acknowledge this fact. Well, you know, if he does not seem to understand or acknowledge this at all, and continues to behave as though he has heard nothing, or I've said nothing, or that it impacts the argumentation chain not at all, well, then that may at some point, if it gets extreme enough, be exactly why I can't trust my feelings about whether someone's evil. Who is you all, future? The only person, as far as I know, maybe other people are saying things. I don't know. Future, you wouldn't because you make everything up because you're a lying piece of shit. Yeah, but AJ, you didn't respond to anything I just said to you. I, I said a number of things, and I've repeated them multiple times now. You've not said to anything in response to those. Hello, AJ. Forget about future typology for a second. You made the point again. Well, I don't want to have to repeat it, right? Um, I'm talking to you, AJ, about what you said, right? You were saying what you said about adjective plus noun, words meaning things. I have corrected you multiple times now about this and informed you that it's a term of art, right? You have no response to it yet. You pretend as though I have not said anything, but I've been talking to you multiple times. Look, future typology, I don't need you on the sidelines saying whatever here. I'm trying to deal with the thing directly. Other people making fusses on the sidelines is not going to help. No, AJ, I did not say that everything is art. I said that sometimes two words together are a term of art that function as a single name for something. Things like foreign policy. And that this is different than things like, I don't know, a pretty girl, right? Pretty girl, pretty is modifying the word girl to inform us of how the girl is. With foreign policy, foreign isn't modifying the word policy to tell us how the policy is. Instead, it refers to our policy towards foreign countries. So, in no universe did I ever say that everything is art. In no universe did I ever say that those two words together comprise some kind of art, right? It's called a term of art, could also be called a single name for something making up more than one word. I understand what you're getting at, but at the end of the day, they're nothing more than an adjective and a noun. I mean, well, it is true that if you were to remove them somehow from any context and look it up in the dictionary, what part of speech is covert, it would say adjective. And if you were to look up in the dictionary, what part of speech is narcissist, it would say noun. But if you were to say that the relationship is that we can infer that somehow we are better served by interpreting it as an adjective, modifying a noun, rather than interpreting it as what it actually is. So let's say there's a place called East Birmingham. Well, it refers to that place, right? Not the eastern part of Birmingham. So if your friend lives in East Birmingham City, that's different than Birmingham City, right? And if you interpret it adjective noun, then you're going to go to the eastern part of this city where he does not live. But if you interpret it as a name for one place, then you will go to the proper city. So it is not the case that East Birmingham, the place, is the same thing as East Birmingham, the part of Birmingham. I don't care how much equivalency you want to make there in your mind, they are not the same. Fly Guy, personally, I don't remember future typology ever agreeing with K. I don't know what you're referring to at all. I don't know why people are having a problem with future typology when the one demonstrating a problem is AJ. Maybe you have a good reason to have a problem with future typology, but in the exchange with AJ, the clear problem is AJ, not future typology. AJ is being completely irrational, unresponsive to actual corrections, and I corrected multiple times, right? So, regarding the exchange between those two, it is AJ's fault. If you have some other reason to condemn future, it hopefully is a very good one, because I don't remember her ever agreeing with Kay, but I've also noted in the past that Fly Guy has receipts, you know. So when I disagree with him, I usually get receipts. He would just copy and paste what actually happened there. But I don't know. I guess the thing is, maybe there's some other thing going on besides this AJ versus future thing. But regarding that particular conflict, the wrongdoer is clear. You know, one of them has fundamentally a reasonable position on the matter, and the other one does not. Boy, a lot of contentious activity tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so dissociative identity disorder, first of all, whether or not some other example is whatever is not relevant to this thing. So we're talking about this specific term and medicalizing this specific kind of bad behavior, right? In contrast, what you're talking about as being dissociative identity disorder is not another name for evil. And if it is, then it's suffering from the same problem as this, right? There's a difference between just describing people's mental health problems that are mental health problems and medicalizing things that are just people being evil and or problems of character. So the reason Jimmy stole something is not a medical one. No, I'm not purposefully missing your point. How can you conceivably say that? I don't know if dissociative identity disorder was once a bullshit term or not. I have no idea. Are you saying, like, was there a time when it didn't exist as a term? Yes. Was when it was introduced, was it defined in a way that made it a bullshit term? I don't know. I don't know anything about it really. Regardless of what there is about that, it's not informative about what I'm saying about medicalizing stuff that's criminal. My whole point is that the problem here is that it's not a medical thing. If you're saying, well, this thing that was once thought to be make believe, we eventually found out was an actual medical problem, I mean, you're never going to eventually find out that being a criminal is a medical problem, right? Just as you're never going to find out that your bad driving is an architectural problem. It doesn't even make sense to imagine it as conceivably such, right? general, psychology serves us well when it helps us to understand things better. And it serves us poorly when it makes it more difficult to understand something. I don't know if that could be hard and fast determinate point, but it certainly is a good general rule. And the issue here with the term narcissist, what have you, is taking something that's often quite simple. The person's evil, the person's a criminal, the person's a, a unrepentant behavior of wickedness, whatever you want to call it. I'm trying to add complexity to it that's not informative at all. And if it was interested in informing us about the actual mechanisms of evil or how to determine whether something qualifies as violatory, wrong, toxic, whatever you want to call it, well, it would probably, you know, I mean, the thing is, it's a good idea to describe in clearest way possible things that are like never acceptable, things that are fundamentally toxic in a relationship, what those kind of things. I think by and large, psychology does a good job of articulating those things some of the time. The problem is, of course, as in typology, the field of psychology, if you call it a field, is really just a bunch of random people projecting their frames of reference as understandings of the world, you know. But but when it correctly articulates things about what's acceptable behavior in a relationship or what comprises, you know, like how you should not be, don't be so angry at your kids, kind of stuff, you know. I think it does a pretty great job of articulating those things in ways that people do a pretty good job of understanding. But because then you're dealing with people being human, sinning, making mistakes, wanting to be better, trying to be better. Sometimes needing instruction as to how, you know. That's normal things. When you're talking about, like, instead of talking about what comprises unacceptable behavior and why, you're instead talking about a person who is the perpetrator of those wrongdoings, then, um, well, I guess it doesn't really matter what you call them, but you understand that any attention we have psychologically should be, or medicalizing of things we should have going on there, should be entirely directed at the victims of such toxicity. And that the only thing there is to do about this evil person is not to understand them, it's to condemn them and punish them. Nothing to understand. I'm not going to grasp your evilness any better with further information. And again, I want to stress, I am not saying this about people who do wicked things. We all do. We're all sinners, and I understand that Sometimes people make horrific mistakes and do horrible things that they regret for the entire rest of their lives. It consumes their whole lives or whatever. I have a great deal of empathy, sympathy, whatever you want to call it, for such people. I'm not trying to condemn somebody because of their bad act. What I'm saying is evil people are different, as we saw with Kay there. She just kept, she, instead of like, oh, I victimized you. I don't know what I was thinking. Why did I do that? I have regret or whatever. She just kept doing it over and over again without any remorse, without any care at all. The fact that she was providing false testimony against me or acknowledgement of it at any point at all. So when you continue to to trespass against somebody over and over again, make no indication whatsoever of any desire to ever stop doing that or willingness to stop doing that, nor any acknowledgement that you ought to stop doing that, well, at that point you cease to be a regular sinner like all of us, and instead become evil, subhuman, and worthy of nothing but condemnation.
Sorry, didn't see what happened, really.
That's fine. It was just, I mean, the thing is, people can be wrong, but once I make it clear, it's like, okay, well, at this point, you're not just wrong, you're falsely accusing me of something. So now that you understand that's what's happening, let me ask you again. Well, at that point, what had probably many times before gotten slightly beneath my nose is just Kay being difficult or something, revealed its full ugliness and clear resolve. And obviously, while I can empathize and shake my head with and huddle together with sinners, I will never do so with Satan. And the key difference being repentance, right? Like recognition that I have sinned and I do not wish to. I wish I hadn't sinned, and I wish hopefully I won't again. I try not to, but I probably will again anyway. That's being human. And the difference between being a sinner and somebody who is unrepentantly evil is as straightforward as that. Do they recognize the wickedness of their actions and try to do better, feel bad about it, etc.? If not, then they are no longer a human like all of us, but instead are Satan's spawn. And the only thing to do is to condemn and punish them as much as you can. Crush them with all of your might. Wherever you encounter them, in whatever way you can, that's not being satanic like that. It has to be legitimate ways, obviously. That's all you can do with evil. Stomp it with your foot into the ground and try to destroy it. It's like, it makes me think of Free Ren, right? In Free Ren, Journey's End, the demons are irredeemably evil, but they will always try to fake out people by pretending to be like people. Like, you go to kill them, they go, please, I'm not like those demons. I got my wife and kid here, and please just spare me because who will take care of my beloved kid? And they go, you pause for a second, then the kid will jump at you with a knife, That's how evil is. It may try to fool you. In fact, it does nothing. Don't believe it. It'll stab you. The little child will stab you in the throat as soon as you let down your guard for a second. If you don't want to get stabbed in the throat by a child demon, then don't let your guard down on evil. You know, it just occurred to me. I'm not saying this is necessarily the case, but that maybe I should consider this more as a possibility. Given Fly Guy's beef with both Teabag tonight and future typology, is it conceivably possible that it is he who is getting out of hand? I'm not accusing you of that, but I don't have enough engagement with what's going on to make a determination of it. I have a obvious, long-standing belief that you know what you're doing, but now I'm wondering if maybe I should figure this out. Because, you know, normally I don't find Teabag to be time-outable for that long, but again, I don't know what happened. Because, of course, I wasn't paying any attention. Because I was busy paying attention to what I'm paying attention to. Well, Eric, you know what? If you don't pay attention, you don't get to know what's happening. Good news, everybody. I know where my other cigarettes are. They're in the car over there. Well, Eric, why don't you look at the chat and read our explanation of what's going on? Oh, I feel a little bit like one of those very. I don't feel as inclined as gorilla, like silverback gorilla dads slash husbands are incredibly great family members. Like they're wonderful raising the kids. They're very patient with their multiple wives, separating them and stuff. Uh, I would like to think I also am that way in general with people I care about and such. Being gentle and stuff. But I also feel like, oh, do I really want to? Do I really want to navigate into this dispute and figure it out? Whew. Seems like there's a lot of stuff being flung around here, both in all directions. I don't even know if I want to try to untangle this knot. Makes me a little find out avoidant, I guess. I am Enneagram 7. Okay. AJ, I don't know what it is you're claiming to have won. Okay? If you're claiming that you won the argument about covert narcissist, either that it is should be best treated as adjective or noun. You definitely did not win that argument. Or that in general, it's preferable to alternative ways of understanding the thing. Well, at in the most conceivable charitable estimation of things, you at best could claim some kind of a draw. Okay, maybe in charity world. Okay, so if you're talking about winning some other thing, well, what I mean by not wanting to untangle, not what do you even think you're arguing about? Like, where's your point of disagreement with the other person? Hmm. Granted, just because I was arguing with you about that thing does not mean that you in future were arguing about the same thing that I was arguing with you about. However, what I was arguing with you about were arguments you were making at future. So it's it's really hard to sustain that defense I attempted to make for you. About as much chance of persistence as that in the wind. Wait, I do know. Right. Okay. I gotta go. I'm coming over here to get another pack of cigarettes. Because you know how you can tell that Jared is a censor and Kay's an intuitive. This is not the really good way to tell that. I think it's a funny example of how this might play out is that when Kay came home and she saw us, she just got home, like literally just got out of the car, and she wanted to come over here. But he was like, I just got you back into my sensual arms. Yeah, like he wanted to go have sex. So she's like, I want to talk to my friends. Oh, right. Stop getting sidetracked, Eric, or forgetting what you're doing because you're talking too much. You're getting a pack of cigarettes, you idiot. I was like, gotten into the car. I started like touching the water bottle and stuff. Like, what am I doing in here? You went in the car to get a pack of cigarettes. Unfortunately, at the same time, you're trying to conduct lengthy monologue about something. I don't know what made me think I could hang with you intellectually. Well, maybe because you realized it doesn't matter who we are, just the words that are being said. You think about it like that, it's not any one person against another person. It's just some words that appeared out of nowhere versus some other words that appeared out of nowhere. So, accordingly, everybody can hang with everybody intellectually. So everybody can say words that get to be interpreted and get to be evaluated on their merits, independent of who said them. So I might insult somebody who says dumb words, but in reality, the only thing that's actually dumb are the words. Sure, a person who repeatedly says dumb words over and over again might be called by other people dumb, but even if they were to call them that, it would never be descriptive, right? It would always at least be pejorative in some sense. The point is, it would mislead us all away from the thing that matters. That the words say what they say and mean what they mean. It doesn't matter who said them. And everybody wins when the wrong words are negated and the correct words are affirmed. That's everybody wins. So, like, we're all boats in the harbor, right? Everybody wins when the harbor master points out, hey, Joe, you forgot to pull up your anchor. Everybody wins because Joe doesn't destroy his boat and in the process make a mess of the harbor for the other boats. So everybody wins. Same thing with words. When the right words are affirmed, and we remember that the words had nothing to do with any individual person, everybody wins. When the wrong words are affirmed, everybody loses. For every instance of words, you have to imagine it like pretend I don't know which words are mine. They've been put into a bag and I pull them out. Which words do I want to win if I didn't have any idea which words were mine or what my position was? It's called the veiled ignorance test. Now, granted, that's not how that guy meant the veiled ignorance test. What he meant was that you should consider various policies as though you didn't know where you were in the world. Like, so for example, his argument was like, if you want to evaluate what the most just system of governance slash economy or whatever it is, then you have to pretend that you have to pick this system without knowing where in the system you fall, which is a great idea, but um, but it's different than what I'm saying with the veil of ignorance test. What I'm saying is, obviously, you shouldn't require this kind of exercise to do this, but for lots of people who forget that their words are independent of them, to imagine that, in fact, they didn't know which words were theirs and to pick what were the best words because that would apply to them regardless. So, for example, if they didn't know that their words were, I get $5, and in the bag there were words that said, I get $5, I get $10, I get $20, I have to pay $20. They would obviously pick the words, I get $20, because they don't know which words are theirs, and that's the best outcome for them and everybody who is applied to the thing, right? Now, in that example, people would not have any attachment to their original words, right? They'd say, well, I know I said I want $5, but now that I see that there's an option here that says I get $20, I'm going to pick that one instead, obviously. They do that with that because that's not about correctness, that's about impacts. And it's very easy for people to measure that an impact of $20 is bigger in a positive way than an impact of $5. But for matters that aren't so impact oriented, for people to understand that like words are independent of them, well, I don't know if anybody who has this problem would ever even be capable of this thought experiment, but I don't know. Trying to help. Like if people had the option, like, people want to be non-responsive, right? But going back to the veil of ignorance test, if they had to choose a world in which they both are responded to according to what they say and respond to others according to what they say, or are unresponded to and also are unresponsive, everybody would choose the responding one, right? But it's also the case that if you include, well, people respond to me, but I don't respond to them, and people don't respond to me, but I respond to them, if they had a veil of ignorance test, in other words, they don't know whether they're the one being responded to or the one who's failing to be responded to or whatever, everybody would choose the, the reciprocally responsive one because they wouldn't want to risk the possibility that the other party wasn't responding to them. It would be harm avoidance would be more of an incentive than gain possibility. Like nobody would want to gamble on the positive behavior, positive impacts of I get to be responded to, but don't have to respond. If the possible negative impact was I don't get to be responded to, right? But of course, the people who are non responsive are obviously never going to evaluate things according to this veil of ignorance test. It's really the veil of ignorance test is just a way of saying, here's why you are wrong, because you failed to validate on this veil of ignorance test. Of course, you can explain to somebody who's non responsive that they are wrong because they failed to validate on the veil of ignorance test. But guess what they will do? They will not respond to it. After all, they're non responsive. That's what prompted you to bring up this veil of ignorance test in the first place. And I'll be like, well, I'll show you in your intellectual thought experiment here. Instead of being prompted by it to respond to you, I'm even more motivated to not respond to you. Because I don't like the fact that you're telling me this. Well, that's life. People say, you know, what you gonna do? Obviously, differing gifts, as that lady said in that book one time. Differing gifts. What I see as your problem with wrongness is actually a gift for for non-black and white thinking. I'm not loving that this idea that well, hold on, I gotta respond to Sojo here. Well, Sojo, my life did not turn out the way I thought it would at all, actually, because I never really had a thought about how it would turn out. It just kind of happened, you know. A lot of good things, a lot of bad things, high highs, low lows, high achieving stretches, low achieving stretches. You know, almost nobody is evil. No, I don't want evil people to to persist at all. But I also don't want to rush to judgment. It's fine to ban K completely. I should have done it myself. I don't know why I didn't. But your intuition about certain people may be right, Fly Guy, but that's not a good enough criterion for me to pass judgment. My mother also died from dementia, Sojo. If you're saying that I should be tested for dementia, well, the reality is nothing I've said here is remotely indicative to anybody with any competence in the area to think that I'm showing any signs of dementia whatsoever. Accordingly, since you're so wildly wrong in your diagnostic understanding of things, to the extent that we ought to look at one of us for some kind of cognitive impairment, it's clearly you. I'm not saying that we should, but I'm saying to the extent that we should, clearly we ought to look in your direction, right? And I think, in fact, if you are not suffering any kind of mental defect, then you'll fully agree with that. Your mom should be tested for the end stages of chlamydia. That's true, said Joe. Because, and this is kind of a surprising reason, your mother loves to have sex with koala bears. And koala bears are notoriously infected with chlamydia. If you want to ban Sojo, fine. But right now I'm having fun with him. I'm not saying he ought to not be banned, but I am having a little fun with Sojo at the moment. It's hereditary, huh? Well, my grandma didn't get dementia. My mother's mother. So I wonder from whom she inherited it. I don't even know what you're saying. That's the cruelty of it. You think you're perfectly normal. Well, I mean, the nice thing about something like dementia is you can articulate objective standards to see if a person meets it at all. Like, for example, fluidity and speed of speech is one of the signs that you do not have dementia. So, people with dementia show a noticeable slowing in the execution of what they're going to say and so forth. They aren't able to put together complicated sentences and execute them in a quick fashion like I'm doing right now, or have been doing the whole night long, right? So, in fact, once again, you are insane, wrong, deluded, trying to convince me of something that's factually false, and obviously a troll, sure. But I just want you to be so, I want you to encounter this full schooling before I ban you, okay? So now you know what it's like to be entirely schooled. I hope you learned something from it. Even if I had dementia and were, say, halfway through it, I'd still be more intellectually robust than you. I'm not sitting down. I just hit him. Well, Games Master, that's you who's saying that. In stages of ED. Sorry to report your your ED is terminal. I've got terminal ED. Yeah, starts with you not being able to get it up, and Ends with your dick completely falling off. Really? How am I gonna pee? I'll just be a little hole there. Dementia is an umbrella term referring to a variety of cognitive decline things. Like what happened to Bruce Willis is very different than what happened to my mom. But I don't know if what I mean what happened to Bruce Willis may well be called dementia as well. Okay, future, can you stop? Enough. Okay, I don't know if AJ is persisting or not. If so, I'll tell him to stop too. You stop anymore, and I'm telling you. Right. People with dementia are likely aware of it fairly early on in the process. I found like pads of paper my mom had at some point in the process where she had made lists of words that she was forgetting. Pretty sad stuff. Okay, maybe Bruce Willis has aphasia, and maybe that's not a form of dementia. If what Simple Girl is saying, which is dementia, is not actually a diagnosis, but an umbrella term for cognitive decline, well, then it could both be aphasia and dementia potentially. If it's an umbrella term referring to cognitive decline linked to aging, then probably not. But I don't know. It's these dead people. Yeah, pretty sad stuff. But obviously, like the possibility of getting dementia is something that very much worries me. I'm hyper attentive to whether I actually, like if I forget the word for something, I remember well that I remember 2 days ago when I forgot the word for arco. Yeah, I because this is an actual example, right? There were some days ago where I can remember the word for AM PM, obviously, the market at Arco, but I couldn't remember the name of that gas station. And somebody told me Arco. Well, for me, that's a thing to note. Like maybe this is an example of dementia. Of course, I remember all of this perfectly well, etc. But and it's not like I haven't always sometimes forgotten the words for things. But it's not the case that I used to be paying attention to whether that might be linked to dementia. So I don't really have a baseline to compare against. The name of the gas station was Dexedrine. I mean, I'd go to that gas station every time for sure. Just even if they didn't have actual Dexedrine, just because they were named that, I would go there, even if it cost more. You look for signs of dementia in you too, Rachel? Well, I can tell you that I don't see any signs of that in you, but you, and you may or may not be better able to note that than me because of your relationship with SI. I mean, that's called being an intuitive, Rachel. Like the reason when I went into the car to get a pack of cigarettes, that I went in there and started picking up the water bottle for some reason is because I was intuiting rather than sensing. Now, for me, it's obvious and understandable that because I'm extrovertedly intuiting, I'm having trouble executing this thing that I'm supposed to be doing. It's less easy to see how introvertedly intuiting interferes in the same way, right? But it nevertheless does because the point is that intuitive channels have have occupied our attention rather than sensing channels. So, like sensory people, they might not have any attentional thing happen between them wanting to go into the kitchen and actually getting there. But we don't think that that kind of stuff is actually worth any of our conscious attention. That it should just kind of happen on autopilot. What if everyone who has the doorway effect just has low sight? I don't know what the doorway effect is. I could Google it, or you could explain it. Since I'm about to go outside, let's hope for the latter. When you walk through a doorway and forget what you're doing. Oh, that's what they call that? I mean, yeah, I think that it's going to correlate very strongly with low S's. Because it's not expressly and exclusively an SI thing, right? SI and SE are linked in that, like I decide I'm going to go into the kitchen and get a piece of cheese. Well, the SI part is keeping track of what you're doing so until it's done, right? The SE part, though, is doing what you're keeping track of until it's done. So, is the problem an SE1 or an SI1? The problem is that you're not attending to either of those things. You're paying attention to something else. So, oh yeah, I get the door effect all the time because, especially, maybe almost always when I'm live streaming, because it's when I'm live streaming that I'm trying to do things and talk at the same time. And yes, extroverted sensing and talking can coexist reasonably well compared to certain other things, I guess. Because a lot of extroverted sensing stuff can be ignored for stretches of time. Like if I'm if I'm driving down a straight road and it's not time for me to get off the exit for a while, I can kind of not pay attention to where I'm going or what I'm doing because I'm not changing anything, right? It's just persisting in the same thing. But if I'm talking a bunch while I'm doing that, then I might miss my exit because that requires me to actually sense again. So with when I'm not live streaming and I'm not talking out loud, I still have some of that occur because sometimes I'm in my head thinking about something. But if I'm more of if I'm less like pudding, pudding oriented, either in my head or out loud, then that probably won't happen. Said Eric had dementia. I forget. Is that what he says? I can't really. I have my glasses, so I don't need to look at it in there. Yeah, said Eric had dementia. I forget. What did Sojo do? Right. We all forget what Sojo did. Yeah, so the doorway effect might also be called the failure to pay attention till the completion of the thing effect. I mean, it's not as good of a name as the doorway effect, but yeah, I was trying to explain what it is, right? Like it's trying to autopilot SE more than it can be autopiloted. Trying to pretend as though you're driving, but a long ways to go before the exit, when actually the exit's coming up very soon. I bet it's a flood of new sensory information that overrides whatever test you're holding on in your mind. I mean, it's definitely not that, right? Is that I said to myself, oh, I know where the cigarettes are. They're in the car. I'll go get them. And then I said, I never don't have to pay any more attention to that at all. I can now focus on what matters, me talking. And so, accordingly, in fits and starts, I kind of haphazardly made my way over to the car, opened the door, failed to do what I was there to until I stopped talking for a second. There was no flood of sensory information at all that displaced me. I think you meant that as a joke, but yeah. Obviously, it could do that as well. Like, if you, I'm going to go to the car and get some cigarettes, and then all of a sudden, you know, it starts hailing and you're getting hit by rocks of ice, you might forget about what you're doing, you know? Like, oh, oh my God, Rachel, all of a sudden there's huge hail balls falling from the sky. And be like, wait, why was I outside at all? Oh, right, I was getting my cigarettes. That's certainly plausible, you know. Or like, I'm going to the car to get some cigarettes. Somebody runs up and kicks me in the balls. And I'm rolling on the ground. Oh, who is that? Who just did this? I'm in pain. Well, that's likely to make me forget about what I was doing, you know, because I'll be very focused on the fact that that just happened and not on the fact that I was going to get my cigarettes. I went to visit my mom today. It was nice. We went out to eat lunch. Well, that's a lovely anecdote to share with us. Thank you. It's always nice to hear people spending time with their parents and such. Just a theory. Maybe seeing all these new shapes and colors when you walk through the threshold, so your mind holds onto that information and drops the previous information you're holding. I mean, that's definitely not what's happening. You don't you don't forget what you're doing when you cross the threshold, right? You've forgotten before there. But when you get there, that's when you realize that I'm at my destination. But I've already forgotten long before I got there why I am coming in here. The threshold is only the thing that it causes you to realize that you've forgotten. In other words, the threshold should not be mistaken as relevant here so much as incidental. The only reason that it matters that it's a different room at all is because it's not happening in the same room. Like it could just as easily happen where I go from one side of a long room to another side of a long room. It doesn't have to be that long. But by the time I get over there, I've forgotten what I went there for. Is just as conceivable as going to a different room. So the threshold has nothing to do with anything. Tell me what condition your condition is in. Bam roasted. Have you been bam roasted? Delusional infestation. I I've not heard the term before, but I do know somebody who had that, or I don't know if he still does or not, but it may have been a symptom of his robust meth addiction. I'm not sure. But he was convinced that there were, or he actually didn't believe in parasites. He believed in little colored fibers in his body. Like, dude, there are not little colored fibers in your body. You try to like show me something and be like, okay, well, maybe you pulled that out of your mouth or whatever, but the problem here is clearly that you keep like trying to tug little things out of you, not that there are little things in you. You know, no, but there definitely are these little fibers in me. Why would there be little fibers in you? Like, how did they get there? I don't know. Okay. So, are you having some kind of symptoms of some distress that you're attributing to these little fibers? No. Okay, well, why do you think there are little fibers in you then? Who knows why he thought that? It, because he was a tweaker, I guess. I was just as much a tweaker, and I didn't think stuff like that. I didn't think I had any little fibers inside of me. I didn't think like the neighbors were secretly like government agents spying on me and stuff. But I guess that's the difference between ENTP meth addict and an INFJ meth addict. Let's see here. Where's the mouse? Over here. No, I didn't pick it myself, but both of my friends did. Liz just generally picked it herself a lot, but she didn't think there were little fibers in her and stuff like that. So when people are who are genuinely interested about parasites ask questions about the condition, sufferer may become defensive and feel they're being doubted and react irrationally. Huh. Well, I didn't think that Corey got super defensive about it, but um, I think it boiled down to he felt like the reason he had fibers in him was because he intuited it, and it was never going to be explainable to me. Of course, that's the wrong kind of knowing to use to determine whether or not there are little fibers in your body. I maybe I may that kind of sounds familiar. I just remember that he thought he had little colored fibers in him, like blue and red, and he didn't have any explanation as to how he thought they got into his body. We all have parasites, Simple girl, not me, okay? I am 100% parasite free. Even the good kind of parasites. I refuse to have them. Sure, you might call them gut biome or whatever. I call it a bunch of parasitic teat suckers. Get out of my stomach. Anyway, it kind of it kind of appeals to me, this idea that maybe I have little fibers in me. Would I feel like life's more fun if I had little colored fibers inside of me? I've encountered the condition a few times in a very distinctive pattern. They don't have an explanation for why they have the thing inside of them is an earmark of the condition. He definitely had no explanation for why he had little fibers in him or how they got there or what they were indicative of. Like, so is this a byproduct of some disease or something? He didn't have any answers for any of those questions. He just nevertheless insisted he had these little fibers in him. It was very strange, but it didn't bother me. It's just like, well, I guess he just thinks he has little fibers in him. It wasn't like I get mad at him for being irrational about it. Well, I wasn't curious about the little fibers because I was worried that I might get little fibers. That I was never concerned about that at all. I was just curious why he thought he had little fibers in him. And sure, I would get it if he's like, oh, because like I blew my nose yesterday and there were all this pile of little fibers came out. But it wasn't like that. He had to dig around and really grab them. And when he'd get one, you couldn't really see anything. I have no idea why. He, yeah, I thought he had those fibers. Why he would like want to and continue to think that despite the difficulty he would have in establishing those facts. Well, it seemed harmless enough to me. Poor guy. Well, I suspect that the symptoms of his little fiber disease went down substantially when he stopped doing so much math. That would be my guess. I'm not sure I followed up on the little fiber question, but Eric, are you good at making eye contact in person? No, I don't like making eye contact in person because when I'm looking at people's eye contact and stuff like that, then I'm thinking about FE stuff. And that's obviously not my natural way of dealing with things. I like to have FE the way I like it and stuff, but if I'm talking to somebody, looking at them interferes with my ability to listen to what they're saying. I mean, sure, I could do both, but um, I don't want to process irrelevant data. And what you look like is not relevant to anything. But I will nevertheless have to process it if I look at you. Now, sure, if I want to know how what I'm saying is affecting you emotionally, then I should look at your face. Maybe that's another reason why I don't look at you, because I don't want to know that. I mean, my ex-wife Candace, she used to say to me all the time, like, telling you something. The reason I'm not looking at you is because I'm listening to you. If you were, say, pantomiming something, then I would look at you because that's how I would understand what you're trying to convey. You are not pantomiming something. You are using words to tell me something. So I'm going to, instead of looking at your words, I'm going to do the only thing one can do with such listen to them. Here's the thing. I think my sister's an ISFJ, and she says I'm sincere when we don't have a discussion because I don't make arguments. She's probably an ESFJ, then show me you, just like my ex-wife. Because ESFJs, they don't think they can determine whether you've heard them based on your capacity to, repeat what they said, convey understanding of it or whatever. They want to see your emotional reactions to what they're saying. That's why they want you to look at them, not so you can see them, but so they can see your face. Well, obviously, you're not going to determine anything about whether I understand what you're saying by looking at my face. But of course, she was not saying those things to be understood. She was saying those things to like create a emotional bonding experience over this story between me and her. But of course, I didn't want to listen to her that way, and she didn't care. Not only did she want me to, but she would convey to me that it was a norm that everybody should do, and that I was somehow remiss in not being like that. But, hey, Eric says, this Drayshawn, I am super surprised by Don's type. I won't spoil it. Oh, right, it hasn't published yet. Did I upload it yet? No, I didn't even upload it. I was in the process of doing that and I got distracted. Thank you for reminding me. Well, I don't want to give anything away either, but I would just say it was a real treat. No, I'm not giving anything away at all. I wanted to say other things, but I don't want to give any hints, so I'll just say it was a real treat. I enjoyed it a lot. And that's absolutely true. Okay, now go over here and go to this thing. And then push this button. Oh, no, not there. Go to this one. And then push this button. It says create. But I'm not going to create. I'm going to upload a video. It's not really creating anything. But I'll accept their blanket term, create. Even though it's not technically correct, I'll accept it. Because I'm that kind of open-minded guy. What's your friend's name? I have a typing session currently titled, auto-titled as Drayshawn's friend. I'm sure he does have his own name. He's not. He's probably his parents didn't name him Drayshawn's friend. Okay. Now drag and drop already. Go there. All right. Upload has begun. Typing session. Drayshawn's friend equals what type? Let's find out also what Drayshawn's friend's name is. His name is Daniel? Daniel? I don't know how to say that, but okay, cool. So Donneal. Donneal. All right, keyboard, come here. You. Typing session. Donn. Donneal. Both you and he have unusual names that I had basically no chance at the outset of pronouncing correctly. Like, there was no way in a million years I was going to pronounce your name right. just from looking at it. This name, I have no idea how one would pronounce that. I guess Daniel? Okay. Equals what type? What type? Question mark. That's the proper punctuation there. Good job. You used a question mark properly. Now you're going to push this. Typing sessions. Wait a second. No, I didn't already upload this. Okay. I don't know why typing sessions would be the most recently updated playlist. Well, I'm sure there's some explanation for it. Okay. Next. None of those bad things are contained within this video. I submit my rating. Next. 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 Visibility. Schedule. Set as premiere. What time tomorrow should I put it for? Well, how about noon? Little chance I'll be up then. And I try to schedule it for a time when I think I'm not likely to feel like live streaming, right? What is noon is 12 p.m. Where there is no 12 p.m. It's got oh no, here it is. That's right. Wait. It's right here. Never mind. There is 12 p.m. I just was not doing a good job of looking for it. So, set as premiere, 12 p.m. Today is now tomorrow, so it is the 18th. That says the 18th? Yes. Okay. And we are done. We will publish tomorrow at noon my time. That is 3 p.m. Eastern. Like 1 o'clock Mountain Time, maybe? I'm not even sure if Mountain Time is different right now. Probably 2 o'clock Central Time, I'm guessing. For those of you on Hawaii time, it will be at 7 in the morning. Anybody here on Hawaii time? When people look at me too long, I tell them they have parasites in their body and leave me alone. Well, what I think you tell them from now on, Fly Guy, is that they have little fibers in their body. Red ones and blue ones. Last year was really bad. You mean 2025? I had a rough 2025 too. 2026 is really shaping up great by comparison. I feel like I'm kind of returning to my old self after being away from that person for a long time. I don't know what I even said, but one would be stealing. And regardless, there's no stealing when it comes to things people say. If it's worth repeating, then it should be repeated. And people are too concerned with authorship about stuff. That gets in the way of the legitimate job of insight and correctness and snappy things to to gain their rightful ascendancy. In general, concern with authorship is making that same mistake I was saying before, thinking that words link to people somehow. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. And if you don't like it, then you have little fibers in your body. I think he thought there was some kind of environmental source for this little fiber thing. But if I recall, I asked him like, well, if you think there's an environmental source for it, do you think I have little fibers in my body? But I'm not sure, that kind of response. So it would at least make a little bit of sense if you thought you had little fibers in you that they came from the environment, like maybe Remember when that truck the other day crashed and all those plastic things got dispersed into the air? I think I got some little fibers in my body from that incident. That would make a little bit of sense. I don't know if he checked his poo for fibers at all. I remember him mostly trying to pull them out of his mouth. But from what I understood, that was just because he could access them easily there. That they weren't just limited to there, that he had them throughout his body. Well, he also believed in orgone, so orgone being this magical combination of metal and resin that caught certain kinds of energies that you were supposedly were beneficial in some way. Uh, I forgot what he called them, like organ collectors or distillers or something like that. He gave me some of them. I like put them on the wall outside and purportedly gained the benefits of all this organ collection. But I didn't even bother asking very much about that one. Like, I didn't ask questions like, "Why do you think this works?" or stuff like that. It was like, okay, you don't want this little magical, like, he made them with some kind of a mold where they were shaped like they're. If you imagine a just a cylinder, but it's bigger at the bottom, it tapers to the top, and smaller at the top. Like a little cupcakey thing that he'd make. Did he think he was a robot? No, he didn't think he was a robot, but he did think things like he should eat a lot of or drink a lot of colloidal silver, uh, and that it was a good idea to drink like just one or two drops, but regularly of hydrogen peroxide. Like, you're not supposed to take that internally, dude. Who knows why he thought things like that? He also had an ozone generator at his house to make ozone, which he also believed was good for you. So, he had a number of different perspectives on things. Well, I mean, the thing is, maybe this was his way of coping with his incredibly toxic and horrible wife. I don't know. She was, she may not have had such like amusingly weird things, but she was just much of a tweaker as he was, and much more of a problem in all of his weird and all of her horrible ways than he ever was. He was never a problem to his loved ones. The worst thing you could accuse him of would be being too distracted, you know. But even that, it was not even an accurate critique. Kind of like taking horse dewormer for COVID. Yeah, he gave me some, what's that stuff called? Like, I, I, Ibertech or something like that. Obviously, I didn't take it. Ivermectin, yeah. He gave me some of that stuff. I didn't take it. I was like, we just hold on to it in case you need it. And I was like, okay, well, I guess if someday I feel really sick and I'm like, why don't I just take some random thing and see how that works? Then maybe I'll do it. Is ivermectin horse dewormer? That's what it is. Well, I mean, the benefit of taking it would be, presumably, I wouldn't have any worms anymore. Or does it only kill horse worms? Does it work on people worms? It is a good friend in that instance because he believes he's helping you with something important. He's trying his best to be helpful. I might think it's ridiculous because obviously I, I have zero faith in his medical stuff, but it's well intentioned. He's trying to be helpful. And of course, the proper way to deal with COVID is to just get it and let your immune system get used to it. It was not just shampoo and it smelled horrible. Well, then, you should never have tried to wash your hair with it, Fly Guy. And the consequences of having done so are all on you. Mane and Tail is a shampoo. It's, I think it's actually a horse shampoo, but people have started using it for themselves. I think it originally was an actual horse shampoo. Well, maybe I'm wrong about that. They did the video on Joe Rogan and they made him all green and sickly looking with a color grading. What video? Get some Nixon for your hair. It is. Oh, it is. You mean it is a originally a horse shampoo, but they sell it in the store now for people. And I'm still waiting for the day when they start selling udder balm for people too, because I'm gonna buy some and put it on Rachel. That'll keep her udders from chapping. You know, that's why they have udder balm. Now, granted, I've not checked with Rachel to see if her udders are currently chapping, but better safe than sorry. I the first time I ever saw that, I was in Kansas visiting Taylor, and we went to some like I don't know, like meow meow feed and farm tool store or something. And I was walking down the aisle looking at stuff. We were on massive amounts of speed, of course, so it was like, what's going on in this store? We just hovering the whole shit ton of mess. Let's go have fun at the store. I walked around there and I saw this product, Udder Balm. Udder Balm? What in the world is this? Well, pretty self explanatory, actually. It's balm for udders. When I call them udders, Carrot punches you in the mouth. Well, I mean, I consider it a polite term. It's not species specific. Any any species can have udders. Sure, we maybe mostly use them for cows, but you know, anybody could have udders. I have udders, they're just not nearly as glorious as Rachel's. They use it if you have a chapped butt. Wouldn't that be called butt balm instead of udder balm? Simple girl. Isn't that also called like diaper rash treatment? What do they call diaper rash treatment? Is it a specific thing? Does it have a name like udder balm? CNN was telling you about the udder balm, not MSNBC. Oh, I see. You're talking about the ivermectin. Well, maybe at the end of the day, the best way to treat COVID is to get more little fibers in your body. They couldn't call it ass chap, ass chapstick. Oh, my butt's feeling chapped. Well, would you like to use my ass chapstick? Oh, but it's so small. I'm gonna have, yeah, I know, just turn the thing, make it go up, and it's gonna take a while to get your whole ass with its ass chapstick, but it's worth it. So, Joe Rogan took ivermectin. You shouldn't share regular chapstick, Fly Guy. It's fine to share ass chapstick. You talking about ass chapstick, simple girl? Well, of course I have my ass chapstick right here. Don't try to put it on your lips, though, okay? It's only okay if you share it if you're just using it on your ass. But I want to put it on my lips. Well, I'm sorry. I don't want your lips getting on my butt later. Oh, now you want to borrow my nutsack chapstick too? Don't you have any of your own chapsticks? Obviously, I've got chapstick for my butt, chapstick for my nutsack, and a separate chapstick for my lips, like everybody should. Udder balm is the same thing as bag balm. I mean, I'm assuming it's a different formula though, because the balming quality you need for udders is slightly different than the balming quality you need for a nutsack. You wouldn't understand because you don't have one. Yeah, don't confuse your chapsticks. That's why I have mine labeled with a label maker. Ass, nuts, lips. And that's why I don't try to use any of them in the dark. In part, because I obviously get cherry flavored for all of my chapsticks, because it's not just my lips that likes the flavor cherry. So does my ass, and so do my nuts. So I can't tell them apart like that, right? If I got different flavors, I could just smell like, no, that's not cherry. But I prefer all my body parts prefer cherry. My dad used to have so many chapsticks, like a whole drawer full of them. I wish I had kept them because now I have no chapstick and my lips are chapped. But instead of using chapstick, I'll do the sensible thing and just put a little bit of Vaseline on my lips. That's how you get worms, huh? So the worms get into the chapstick from my butt, and then back into my body from my through my lips. Well, I don't actually see there a way that you get worms. It's just a way that you continue to have them. Kind of like little fibers, Fly Guy. Worms have to come from somewhere. They can't be just part of an infinite loop. Oh, it's the other way around. Your butt gets contracts the worms from your lips because everybody has worms in their lips. That's what makes them plump. If I don't have worms in my lips, then why are they the same color as worms? Good point. I heard about a parasite that infects cats, which makes them want to rub their face against yours a lot more than typical. I wish my cat had that. I like it when Capio gives me a head push, but she's very coy about it. I'll try to get it, but she doesn't want to ever give it to me. I gotta really work her up into a lather of love before she gives that to me. And Trouble's not fond at all of like me bringing my face close to him. I don't have any habit of attempting that with him because he's a little bit. I don't want to get scratched. I do attempt it with Capio all the time, but she's like a withholding lover. Every once in a while, I get what I want. Well, we certainly have been on an adventure tonight, haven't we? It's like well, I might as well go ahead and say it that I thought AJ was the difficult one there, but it seems as though it may indeed have been Future who was needlessly perpetuating the conflict between the two of them. I was fixated on who was correct about that point, but not anything else. So I'm not sure, but I think actually Future may have been the problem as far as the conflict between two of them. I'm not sure. AJ certainly seemed reasonable and pleasant. When I told Future to knock it off, they just kind of disappeared. No wonder I must to rub my forehead against Acacia's face. Well, you're just gonna, all you're gonna do is give her that parasite too, Ruben. Ringworm. Cats can give humans ringworm? Well, I don't have any ringworm yet, so I'm fine. Dogs is nasty. Yeah, dogs do gross stuff. Oh, thanks, Winston's mom. Dogs do gross stuff for sure, like Thanks, Fly Guy. I appreciate it. Um, Dogs do gross stuff that cats don't really do. Like, maybe cats do it a little bit. Like, I had this dog used to, if he found cat shit, he's like rolling it. It's fucking horrible. Like, on those moments where I see what was happening at the last second, no! And then, like, a second later, he's like covered in this wet cat shit, and it's like, oh my God. Why? Why are you so gross? The cats, I don't recall them ever doing anything that gross. Maybe they do some gross things, but nothing that gross that I can think of. They do some gross things like eat bugs, maybe they like to play with dead mouse or whatever, but that's not as gross as purposely rolling as much wet cat shit all over you as you possibly can. I mean, how is that creature adaptive in any way? Like, using their carefully evolved skill of rolling cat shit, the basset hound is now better able to what? Tell where the cat is? Obviously not, because any smell of the cat is going to be entirely all over himself. Like, how does that help them do anything? Well, granted, AJ, nobody would say that a dog evolved into doing that because humans have bred them. So the fact that humans have bred them in ways to prioritize things that aren't adaptive is inevitably going to result in some weird stuff like that that makes absolutely no sense from any kind of adaptive framework. But um, regardless, I like, was he pleased with himself after he did this? Like, maybe 15 minutes after he did this, was he like, if I hadn't been like there to fucking like, oh, clean him off and do all that stuff, would he have been like, I'm so glad I did that? I'm so glad because I still have this rich, thorough, thick aroma of cat shit all around me every step I take. If he was still pleased with his decision later, then I have nothing to say about it. If at least he regretted it, like after he rolled it, he's like, "Oh God, I wish I hadn't done that. Now I totally smell like cat shit." He should have used ass chapstick instead of rolling in cat shit. You're right. Yeah, he's probably like, "Fuck yeah, I'm the coolest dog ever. I hope some other dogs come and see me. Now see how cool I am. They'll smell how cool I am. They'll be like, is that a dog or is that a pile of cat shit?" Who wouldn't be impressed? You're gonna go roll something dead. Well, at least dead things don't like aren't wet and stick to you, right? I mean, some maybe somewhat they do, but not like poo. And the dog he preferred, the wetter the poo, he would be like, "Ah, great, this one's still wet." If it was too dried out at all, he wouldn't be interested in it. It's like that's the kind of thing they tell you when you get a dog. By the way, This dog loves rolling in wet cat shit. Enjoy. It's not the kind of thing where if you were presented with, do you want a dog that does love to roll in wet cat shit and will actively do so anytime he encounters it and is way better than you at finding it, right? Or would you prefer not? Nobody would choose that. I recommend just a bit at a time, like a half a turn of the tube. Are you talking about how much cat shit you get on you? Oh, I see. You're talking about how to use the ass chapstick. Well, I can tell you that if my dog, after getting cat shit all over him, used my ass chapstick, it wouldn't matter where he used it, I'd still throw it away. Because there are a few things that smell quite so horrible as cat shit. Few things. There are some, but like if you were to say put next to it each other an equal quantity of shit from various creatures, cat shit would be right near the top of horrible smells. If you give it two whole turns of the tube, you bet your ass is eating the whole two full turns. So that's why, you know, don't don't let it be greedy like that. Make it get by with as little chapstick as it can. The ass cheeks are notoriously degenerate about the use of chapsticks. So, you can expect an ass cheek to use the right amount of rouge, for example. But you hand it a chapstick, it's gone. Bam. I thought I had a full chapstick here. Not anymore. You don't have any chapstick left. That's why you gotta ration their access to it. Also, don't let anybody give you any chapstick that's been used by a dog that rolls in wet cat shit. Because no matter how much they tell you nobody got any cat shit on it, believe me, there's at least a little bit of cat shit on it. I don't know who we're talking about right now in terms of people show up, they intentionally want to trigger people, get a reaction. Yeah, the ones who are fairly obvious about that, they don't typically persist a super long time because they're not interested. Like Sojo, for example. But I also understand that in times like when I'm tripping on mushrooms, then the normal rules where people want to show, like, I'm going to defer to if Eric wants to deal with them. Since I'm not looking at the chat at all, I'm not dealing with anybody, so that's not helpful or workable rule of thumb to use in this instance. And I've never presented an alternative really, so that's on me. That's entirely on me. Sorry. It's like in some ways, being on mushrooms does not impact my correctness at all, but it does make me not pay attention to things that I would otherwise probably pay more attention to. I mean, it's like if I'm not seeing something, I don't have to deal with it. I guess is how I'm dealing with it when I'm on mushrooms, basically. I don't want to see any more words about this thing over here because then I'm going to have to deal with those words. I have to either correct them or be mad about them or something like that. I'm already mad about something else already, so I don't even want to know what else is over there. Just mushrooms plus Eric, I guess, plus Adderall. You sound like you have smoked weed. Well, Kingfish, you sound like a witness. That's the best, most accurate thing I could say about it. You sound like a witness. Now, if you want to pathologize something, that'd be a good thing to pathologize. Come up with a name for a witness's syndrome. Like, uh, uh, I don't know. It's some kind of delusion about like moralizing in some way. I'm not exactly sure what to call it. The troll question in that instance was it tests a variety of things. Like, it is possible to negotiate a deal with them, but it's never the optimal solution because whatever deal he'll negotiate with you, at best, like for example, if you promise to get him a troll woman, and you can in certain ways make that happen in the story, then he will he still won't stop stealing your food. He'll just cut it down to like 5% that he steals. So you can negotiate with him, but um, it's, it never is produces an optimal solution for the obvious reason that the setup in the first place is not one that anybody should respond to with negotiation. This guy is stealing your food. If a thief were coming stealing your stuff, would you negotiate how much you should get to steal? No. Enjoys causing pain. Well, it never caused me any pain. He's made me correct him many times. And it's like after I've already exhausted whatever like sort of ideational value there is towards a person's wrongness. And when people are wrong in distinct ways, it does provide a good example of like here's why doing this thing this way is bad. But you know, obviously after I've conveyed that to him successfully in terms of doing my job multiple times and seeing no like ability to learn from it, then at that point it's time to just ban him because there's no more insight to be had from his particular, you know, disease or whatever you want to call it. And he's obviously demonstrated that he's not interested in being like a normal human being who understands when they've made a mistake feels bad, repents, tries to do better next time, that stuff. Why do you let politicians do it? Well, so it is the case that politicians, with the government collecting taxes, does not qualify as theft. The troll coming to your river and claiming his theft is a tax justified by him protecting you from river sharks that were never a problem for you before it got there. That is theft. Now, it is the case that people ought to be very strongly against taxation because while it people should be in favor of some taxation, but strongly against this tax or that tax almost every time, right? Because it is the case that the public has some business that needs to be dealt with by the government, and that's going to require some funding. It is appropriate for the government, which has a monopoly on use of force, for example, to run the courts. That's not going to be free, and it should never be implemented in a for profit way. So, of course, we've got to pay for it. The problem with taxation is not that it is theft, it's that people have a weird relationship with it. Like, in a sane world, somebody would say, look, I really think we need to do this thing. And I hate the idea, but I think we have to raise some taxes somewhere to pay for it. And then people could say, it's a bad idea, not good enough idea to raise taxes for. If you want to pay for it, cut something else, various things. These days, it seems like people are in favor of taxation in and of itself, or opposed to it in and of itself. In other words, engage the question entirely out of the frame in which it should be engaged. Like, there should never be an advocacy in favor of a tax unless you're trying to write a funding plank for something you're advocating in favor of. So, yeah. So, the problem is not implicitly taxation. Taxation is not theft, it's not inherently bad or a violation of anyone's rights to pay taxes. But the problem lies instead with the fact that we can't trust people to be correct about taxes if they aren't thinking about it at all. Like being in favor of taxes or opposed to taxes in general is not thinking about it at all. It's saying instead of determining whether we need to raise taxes to pay for this specific thing, whether it's worth it in the actual calculations you have to do to determine whether a given tax is a good idea, that I'm just not going to do any of those calculations. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not sane. It's completely insane. I think that you should pay more in taxes. For what? In order to pay more in taxes. Well, what are you going to spend them on? We'll figure that out later. So you think I should pay more to pay for something you don't know yet? Yes. Do you think you should pay more as well for this thing that you want to do that you don't know what it is? No, I don't think I should pay more. You should. I would never vote in favor of taxes that affected me. That's why I vote for in favor of billionaire taxes and taxes on cigarettes and taxes on alcohol. Stuff that I don't consume. Talk about like how did this happen to America that people care this little about their the righteousness in which they engage their citizen duty? Like nobody should ever vote for a tax that doesn't impact them. I've got a great idea. A wonderful plan that we should do and they should pay for. Okay, you scumbag. Have you at long last no shame? Right? Are you fucking serious? You know what I think we should do is spend your money on my social idea. I got an idea. Why don't you spend your money on that? Well, because I don't want to spend my money on it. I have to spend it on things that I want. That's why I want to spend your money on it. Okay, little Miss Social Justice, listen here. If you want to attain social justice outcomes, then you do it. Oh, you can ban him. Go ahead and ban him. I'll ban him myself, I guess. I just don't have the mouse in there. You know, Kingfish is gonna spend who knows how much of his time, the rest of his life, maybe, trying to accomplish something here. But the only thing he can conceivably accomplish is convincing me that he's a fucking nut job who's obsessed with me for reasons I can't conceivably understand. Well, I don't believe in socialism, however, I'm starting to think it wouldn't be a bad idea for medical. Well, it would be better than Obamacare. Single payer would be better than the ACA, obviously, because the ACA is disastrous for the myriad reasons I've articulated many times. But the advantage of single payer is that it would essentially say nobody gets good health care and costs are capped. If you want good health care, you pay for it out of pocket. It would essentially be that, which is a much more rational and reasonable deal um, than the ACA. Obviously, it is not rational at all for anybody to have health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. Whatever health services they're getting, they can get it for less buying them a la carte as an uninsured patient. If in fact they come down with something horrible like cancer, well, good news. They can get health insurance then. Thanks, ACA. Isn't that great? So, in fact, no rational actor has any health insurance. And the reason people can't afford doctors, of course, is because the horrifyingly ill advised approach towards healthcare that we have. Get rid of middlemen entirely. Nope. Here's a great solution to our healthcare problem. Don't let anybody get health insurance. Make it illegal. Now, doctors and patients have to deal one on one as regular free market people, just like dentists, right? You know, I want to get this medical procedure done. I go to the dentist and pay him money. I can shop around. This dentist is cheaper than this dentist. And no dentist can charge so much that nobody can afford it. So, if you want to make healthcare on balance more affordable for everybody, if you want to guarantee that health expenditures are a fraction of the GDP that they currently are, get rid of insurers entirely, make them illegal. But then, what if somebody gets cancer and they don't have enough money to pay for the treatment? Okay. Well, if you don't like that reality, then you could have a same kind of individual mandate where it mandates high deductible, low premium, catastrophic care insurance policies, right? So you pay very little per month and you still pay out of pocket for your health care um, until you reach a certain point of actual uh, costs, and then your insurance kicks in. That actually solves the problem without codifying ever spiraling healthcare costs in a way that's catastrophically bad for the economy and for healthcare. After all, in the status quo, the reality articulated is correct that nobody should have health insurance. The total amount you're paying in premiums is going to far outstrip what you pay out of pocket for these services a la carte. And if you ever get really sick, you can just get health insurance then. Now, if you think that's a sustainable, workable system, you are wrong. If you think that somehow we get to, therefore, by doing that, avoid anybody paying for anything, you are wrong. So, I very sensibly have no health insurance, and that's the only reason that Rachel was properly treated at all. When she was receiving 10 years worth of treatment subsidized by her insurance company, provided by a insurance company milking service provider called Mercy Medical Center, that's what it was called. Well, guess what they failed to do for 10 straight years? Solve the problem. Why? Because they had a vested interest in not solving the problem. And they had this kind of unholy agreement between them and the insurance company, right? Well, look, we got to pay out some monies for some things. This is one of those things. you obviously, neither the insurance company nor the care provider cared at all about the well being of the patient. So little, in fact, they were willing to let a perfectly solvable problem, mental health problem, go unsolved for an entire decade at least. And instead of solving that problem, try to treat her for cannabis addiction. Presumably, the insurance company was paying for her cannabis addiction treatment that went along with her not solving the problem treatment for bipolar mania. Even though they didn't even have her consent to be treating her for that. Now, somebody tell me how that reality is better than me hiring a psychiatrist who doesn't take insurance and paying out of pocket, say, I don't remember the total amount of money, but getting an actual solution within like a month, right? Or like 2 months at most. The problem wasn't just solved that quickly, it's remained solved ever since. So the difference between medical treatment and medical insurance is quite stark indeed. From this example, we can tell that, in fact, being more well insured does not correlate at all with actually being more well served medically. In fact, in every way, it's the exact opposite. Because the the service provider accepting insurance is incentivized to not solve the problem. So they can continue to accept that insurance and get that money. And they're going to feel like it's okay for them to do that because they aren't expecting more money from you, the patient, right? In Rachel's case, you see an extreme instance of this, but you see it in much more innocuous seeming, but just as corrosive ways as doctor saying, well, it never hurts to order more tests. I mean, you don't appear to have rabies, but might as well check. I definitely don't have rabies. I have a broken arm. Still, doesn't hurt. While you're here, let's run a full battery of tests. Check for rabies. We'll check for bori bori. See if you've got see if you've got sunstroke. It does play out like that all the time because the doctors think they're serving the patient's interests because they're not considering financials at all and they don't have to because the insurance company is paying for it, right? Of course, it is not in your interest to get unnecessary medical procedures or assessments. And it is in all of our interests for that not to happen. Because it may not seem like it, but you're paying ultimately for Mary Jo's wildly unnecessary battery of tests. You're paying for the completely unnecessary every few months checkup by a doctor. Like, are you serious? Like, I need to go to a doctor to tell me I'm not sick. How back assward is that? Obviously, doctors work like this. There's something wrong with me medically. I'm going to go see a doctor. Like, would you call a plumber over to tell you if your plumbing was working? You better bring me back every few months because, this plumbing problem I just fixed might reoccur. Or you might have some new plumbing problems. Does that make any sense at all? To have a plumber check on your house when you don't have any plumbing problems? Absolutely not. Does it make any sense to have periodic checkups at the doctor when you have no particular problem that you want addressed? Absolutely not. It is not the case that human longevity is increased by going to the doctor more often. It may be the case in rare instances that somebody has something that if caught early, they can treat better than if it's caught late. Sure, but it's also the case that those things are almost never caught by routine medical checkups. So if you want to go to have a medical checkup, routine checkup, fine. It's not going to catch those things. If you want to catch all those things, you have to do a bunch of other tests that are specific to those things. Well, take the prostate cancer test, take the bowel cancer test, take the blah, 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 blah. So, why are we going to the doctor periodically? Well, because I got to get my money's worth for this insane amount of money I'm paying in health insurance premiums, right? Why would I be paying thousands of dollars a month in health insurance premiums if I'm not going to go to the doctor? You see the problem, right? It's catastrophically bad. Well, I needed to break away from YouTube for a while. However, by chance, I thought returning back, Eric would have at least played Tom Sawyer just once. I do not like Rush. I'm sorry. I don't like them now. I don't like them on a train. I don't like them in my brain. They don't stick in my brain at all. That's how you know they're not good, right? Like, even stuff that I don't like at all. There's, like, for example, this horrible song by Chicago. It goes, Saturday in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. That part I like. And the next part goes, people meowing, people meowing, people saying meow meow. I don't like that. But, and I never listened to that song. I haven't heard it in God knows how long. And yet I sing it all the time. Because even though it's bad, it has that redeeming quality. The chance of a Rush song getting stuck in anybody's head is zero. About as good as the Dave Matthews Band getting stuck in anybody's head. What am I doing? Besides walking around, I have to go pee. That's what I'm doing. I guess I've been drinking a lot of coffee. Get in, bro. Rush is still relevant. You know it. I mean, I literally can't sing really any of the songs. But like, I can't even really sing the melody of it. The song, the vocal melody. It's just so not memorable. What other songs are there even by Rush? Isn't there just that one song? Do they have other songs? I'm sure it's a bunch of drum solos. They got Tom Sawyer on one album, with the rest of the album is just drum solo. And Geddy Lee singing unmemorable melodies with his falsetto voice. Oh, this sounds like a real party. Can we go to the party where there's drum solos and this guy is singing kind of like tuneless melodies in a weird falsetto voice, kind of like, I don't know, Tiny Tim or something? That sounds like a party where everyone's going to be having a great time. Hey, Sally, you want to come out with me and dance to the drum solo? Sure. I love the sound of this band's voice. Yeah. They're sexy, like everybody from Canada. Oh, if I was Canadian, I'd be like, please, don't judge us by this band. Canada's got some good stuff too, you know, plenty of good stuff. Like, did you know that Canada is responsible for that one song, Call Me Maybe? True. That's 100% pure Canada. And also, the band Saint Motel, they're also Canadian, so is Baby Nut Money. So, Canada, don't worry, I got your back. I know that Rush does not represent you. Rush much is just basically Canada's Dave Matthews Band. Every country's allowed at least one Dave Matthews Band. No crime in that. How many Dave Matthews Bands your country is allowed? It depends on population. So, like, smaller countries are only allowed one. Whereas, like, say, China, they're allowed actually 11 Dave Matthews Bands. That's how big their country is. They should include percentage of bands that are Dave Matthews bands as a factor in the overall happiness index when they're doing the studies for the UN, I guess it is, or I'm not sure I forget what organization it is that does them. There's kind of studies where they compare different countries against each other on various criteria. I forget who does them. But anyway, obviously countries with a lower percentage of Dave Matthews bands to total bands are going to be higher in the happiness index than countries with a higher percentage of Dave Matthews bands. DMBs, we'll call them. Well, accordingly, the higher the number of DMBs, the higher a country's overall shame index as well, which obviously strongly correlates with, or anti-correlates with, the happiness index. So it's not like perfect one-to-one or anything. Some countries with a very intensive, very high percentage of Dave Matthews bands around them still manage to remain remarkably happy. Because it's just one factor in the overall happiness index. I mean, obviously none of those countries are ecstatic or anything. Which countries am I talking about? Well, interestingly, Chad has almost a 94% Dave Matthews Band rate. So of all the bands, every 100 bands in Chad, 94 of them are Dave Matthews bands. You can make a total fool of yourself in disguise, then return to your safe persona and not face the guilt or consequences. Are you talking about a masquerade party? A costume ball, if you will? I wonder, though, Fly Guy, if your costume is really hiding your identity as well as you think it is. But maybe I'm underestimating your ability as a master of disguise. Did you see when I came in yesterday that an unhinged guy walked up to my wagon and punched my old girl in the parking lot? What's your old girl? Is that your car? Or I don't know what your old girl is. Is that some kind of a euphemism for something? A dog and a fish. That's crazy simple, girl. I'm not sure where the dog and the fish come in here. Hi there, Kaibot. How's it going? Hope you're doing well this evening. So he came up and punched your dog? No, I'm not an Aerosmith fan. But I do think they've got at least one good song. Jenny bought a gun. Dun, 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 dun. That's a good song. That's a good song. It's like Aerosmith is definitely better than Rush. That's crazy. He came to you and punched your dog. Why? Like what? I'm not saying his motivation is justification. I'm just like wondering what pissed him off. He punched your dog? I mean, that's crazy. That's so crazy. That's as crazy as Fly Guy believing his costume is hiding his identity from everybody. People are bullies, Eric, and they will hurt those that can't fight back or won't tell anyone. That's terrible. So you were in the store and he just started punching your dog? That's crazy. I'm glad he got busted and is losing his job and is getting arrested and all that stuff. That's important that that happens. Like, that's weird. How terrible. And the only reason is because of what Fly Guy says, huh? Wow. That's horrible. I don't like that world where that's the reason why things happen. The reason it happened is because he just wanted to hurt something. Oh my God. How horrific. My cat's name? Which one? Uh, they're Capia and Trouble. Trouble's the gray one. Capia is the other one. She's kind of brownish, blackish, different colors, like different. She's got stripes on her. I would say she's a tabby, but from all I can tell, that's not informative as to what a cat looks like. You blame Dave Matthews for the Affordable Care Act. Pretty cat, I applaud your ambition here. But unfortunately, I actually think we're going to just have to blame Obama for that one. We don't have anybody else to blame. Well, except for all the people who voted for it and stuff. Obviously, all the legislators who voted in favor of it. But the thing to remember is this: the legislature would never have made that law if Obama hadn't come to his presidency with a legislative agenda, which is not what presidents should do. If they want to run on a legislative agenda or have a legislative agenda, let them run for the fucking legislature. Can you imagine if I was running for the job of basketball coach and I told everybody and I've got a great plan for how to run the football team once I get the job as basketball coach. I have a question for you all. In the beginning regarding domestication, whom from the dog or cat chose to be over the other and why? This is an interesting structure to your question. That's why we have stricter security checks for people in the vulnerable sector. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, understandable that the custodial responsibility ensure that unless something or someone is able to report and or exercise otherwise normal modes of dealing with something like that, then the more attention has to be given to the structural stuff to protect those kind of rights that we would normally protect in ways that we implement ourselves. You guys do all agree that I should be hired as the basketball coach because I've got such great ideas about how to run the football team, right? I hope so. We should all agree that this makes sense. And yet, it's not only do people not blink at it when the president is running on like what they're going to do when they're on the Supreme Court, except it's about the legislature. People don't even blink an eye at it. They don't think, hold on a second, that's not the job you're applying for. Isn't that weird? I would be great as a yoga instructor. In fact, I already am.
I know, you can do it.
Of course, darling. When the dog and cat, which came from the same origin, which of the two agreed to be domesticated and why, and which one chose to just be a roommate? Well, um, I don't know how domestication happened, or even really what that means, because I do understand that some animals are domesticated, meaning they have a relationship with humans that is one of husbandry. This includes things like chickens, and not just cats and dogs, cows. Pigs is a little meh because you got plenty of wild hogs and they function fine as wild animals. Wild chickens do not want anything to do with being wild, okay? They are fully expecting you to make a little house for them and throw out seed for them and stuff. And they're fully expecting that they will do their job of laying eggs and they'll let you know when they've laid one so you can come get it. Like, the fact that they don't want their own eggs is proof that they are domesticated. They are proud of the fact they made one and want you to come take it away. So, how is that anything other than a symbiotic relationship with humans, right? In no way could you say that that is uh, adaptive for the chicken because how are they going to reproduce like that, right? They have to be assuming that, oh, the people will take care of that eventually. They'll figure out how to make more chickens. I don't need to worry about that. Well, that's called a truly domesticated relationship, or a truly domesticated animal. And the relationship that you have with chickens is really quite sweet. Uh, they trust you so much, and they are expecting you to tell them everything that they have to do. Like, hey, you guys live in here, so you don't even have to tell them. Like at nighttime, they go in there, and in the morning, they wait for you to come open it up for them, and then they walk outside. And they go to wherever it is you put the food normally, and they wait for you to throw it out there. They're sweet. Now, I don't think Link's a witness. I remember Link from quite a long time ago, and I don't think so. Go back and research the origin of the wolf and the cat. Go deep in their origins and learn of how they both came from a desert dweller. Yet research this, Rachel and show Eric. Um, okay, well, obviously, wolves, you know, and cats, they are distinct things, right? So, whatever you're saying is the origin of a wolf, well, you might say, hey, back here before wolves, there was this other species, and that's fine. Obviously, that doesn't tell us anything about the origin of wolves. Fine. Like if you imagine a fossil record right now, you might see, say, look at the skeleton of a squirrel, find the skeleton of a cat, and be like, see, proof of evolution. These skeletalized squirrels became these skeletalized cats. you know, that's kind of what the fossil record is and evolution's relationship to it. Can't you see? It's right here in the fossil record. There used to not be cats, but there were these other things called squirrels. Later, there were cats. Clearly, squirrels became cats. Obviously, why would anybody dispute that? Duh, dummy. We dig down into the dirt, okay? The lower you get is the older in time. You'll notice in this layer here, cat skeletons. Here, some cat skeletons plus some squirrel skeletons. And here, just squirrel skeletons. How much clearer could it be? Squirrels became cats. I mean, look, my intuition about these things is not always reliable. And in plenty of instances, somebody else's intuition about these things might be more correct. At the moment, I'm not getting this read off of them, but it doesn't mean that it's because I'm right, you know. It could just be because I'm not good at it, as good at intuiting that. Do a line of coke. Fuck it. If I had a line of coke, I'd have already done it. Hello, are you on the shrooms? Well, not anymore, you know. I took them, I don't know, like 6 o'clock ish. So 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago. Yeah, I didn't read his best friend thing as anything other than kind of like a joke. Like, we talk about best friend stuff, you know, like sports and TV. I just read it as kind of a joke. But I could be wrong, you know? With that kind of thing, I tend to withhold judgment until I've got like probably more proof than I need, you know? But at the moment, regardless, I'm not really picking up any of those cues. Hmm. All right, we're gonna wrap this up pretty soon, but I'm gonna go outside and have a cigarette. Listen to that one and tell me you don't like it. Oh, you can tell I'm on the mushrooms, huh? What am I listening to? And tell me you don't like it? Mary, Mr. Lawrence David Bowie song? I, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of David Bowie, but I acknowledge that he's got some pretty genius stuff. Obviously, top of the list, Little China Girl. I think it really paints a picture of the Orient in a way that's memorable. You know, kind of like, bong, 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 little China girl. The spider just disappeared behind the couch. Oh, sure, I'll be back soon enough. Don't worry, he's not gone forever. His last album was very dark, Black Star. What does that mean? The babe with the powers of voodoo, you do what? Remind me of the babe with the powers. Is that like Bowie lyrics? Good night, simple girl. Thanks for being here. Always love your company. Appreciate you. David Bowie, I'm Afraid of Americans. He has a song called I'm Afraid of Americans. I didn't know that. We all come to Eric's random topics because Eric could be our friend in real life, but somehow we all found his videos interesting enough to hang out. Nothing more than that. I don't I don't blame anybody for defending themselves against a general charge of creepiness that's not really substantiated by anything. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to defend oneself about. And I think what you're describing is what I'd call parasocial plus. Most of my relationships with YouTubers are truly parasocial. Like, I may watch all of Bretsky's videos. I don't really comment on them at all, but I like them, and I think, boy, it sure be nice to win that contest so I could go hang out with Bretsky and gamble with him and stuff. That'd be exciting. That's a regular parasocial relationship. What we have around here, I call parasocial plus, because it's a small enough community and it's got all the things it needs to have to be sustaining. Like, it's got enough commonality from familiar people, but it's not a totally stagnant system. Like, there are some new voices coming sometimes, right? Maybe not that often, but it's not totally a dead system. So, and that's sometimes it's from actually brand new people. Sometimes people come back around for after being away for a long time. Some people come around like mostly every time they stream, like Ruben, Fly Guy, Joe Media. Some people come around much less often. It's also the case that I can never really know when whether an identity might be, for example, I might know that person under a different name, but they're pretending to be a different person under that identity, which may happen, may not. I'm not quite sure what the appeal of that would be to the person doing that, but that may happen. I don't know. In general, with any given new identity that comes around, there's probably even money chance that it might be one of the reoccurring spite monkey types who might be Steve, might be well, I can think of some other people from a while back. Can't think of any others. Well, like Jeff Shaw or something. But I can't think of any other recent examples, really. People who come in trying to appear to be somebody new, but actually are the same person again. Often execute this fairly obvious, like, hey, I'm new here thing. Kind of ridiculous. Let me see. Well, the fact is, Link, I'm leading exactly the kind of adventures I would lead if you're living next door to me, which is instead of just being how it is, the difference would be sometimes you'd come over and hang out and be on this side of the camera, but that would be the full extent of the adventures that I'd be leading. Maybe sometimes, let's play music occasionally, or it'd be fun. Let's maybe hang out outside for a little while. Other kinds of adventures beyond that, well, I do have some little adventures, like maybe I'll drive the little car out to get some wood. I don't know if that qualifies as an adventure. Um, what other adventures do I do? I'm trying to think of other conceivable adventures that I might go on. Yeah, I run into a bit of a adventure deficit here. I'm trying to think of them. I mean, I do little adventures like digging the soil outside to get it ready to plant things in. I don't think that really qualifies as an adventure. But maybe it does. Maybe it is an adventure. If it feels like an adventure in your heart, then it's always an adventure. What are you trying to get out of your mouth, Capil? You know, cats can't really spit. So, if they get something they don't like in their mouth, what happened? What do you got in your mouth? What's the matter, sweetie? Let me see. You okay? Yes. I'm sorry. Did you get something bad in your mouth? Well, you seem to have gotten rid of it now. And you certainly are a wonderful kitty. Boom, boom, boom. We were in Eric's room. Tonight until forever, we'll spend our lives together. Hopefully. But you know, I understand people come and go. At a certain point, those of you who have such a high threshold for Eric, you are true saints. You know, because when I'm thwacked out, I can just live stream for many hours. There are select few of us here, Winston's mom included, and others I've named, who have a capacity to hang for durations that are very impressive, considering that most of you are not on amphetamines. Very impressive. I am forever grateful. And also, we're coming down to our last cigarette together because while Eric likes to just play forever, he has biological needs. He needs to sleep and eat things. These are two biological needs. He's got others, but let's just mention those to start out with. And you know, I do have the one thing positive to say about cigarettes. And maybe this fact is indicative of something important. Cigarettes, unlike a lot of stuff I eat, do not cause me any problems with diabetes. My body doesn't need more insulin or whatever just because I smoke a cigarette. I'm able to digest this just as well as I ever was. Obviously, going to the bathroom as well, but that's not the reason why I'm having to end the live stream. Not because I need to attend to going to the bathroom, but rather I need to attend to going to sleep, which means getting ready to go to sleep. I need some time that I'm not streaming, settling down, maybe eating out or something. Prepare myself mentally and emotionally for bed. I could probably take a shower, would be a great idea. I planned to do that last night. You know, it's good sleep hygiene for me. Yeah. I take a nice long hot shower before I go to bed. Then I think I probably fall asleep easier, stay asleep better, etc. But as is likely to be the case tonight, when it actually comes down to it, like, I'm too lazy to do that. I'm just gonna get into bed. Yep, I admit it. Happens all the time. I've got plans to go and take a shower before I get into the bed. Or I say things like, well, tomorrow when I get up, I'm gonna go for a bit of a run. I could really use it to just get myself super winded and kind of clear out the system and stuff. I might be like, I feel pretty confident I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Eric, how are you still able to fool yourself like this? Well, it's not entirely fooling myself because I do think I will do that at some point here before too long. You know, feel like, okay, go for a run, get some exercise, kind of clear out the bone resin from the lungs and what have you. I guess better to be optimistic about doing it wrong and optimistic about doing it again until you do than it is to be pessimistic about it and or informed by the fact that you once again didn't do it. That would just discourage you. And nobody ever hired a professional discourager before. By and large, people find plenty of discouragement all on their own in many different ways. Yeah, but could you come over here and discourage me some more, please? I'm feeling too capable of doing this. You can't do that. Look how hard it is. You're never going to figure that out. Why would you even want to try anyway? It's not worth the effort. Professional discourager, right? If you were going to hire a discourager, wouldn't you want to hire me? Wasn't that discouraging? What does it matter anyway? It doesn't. Is it really going to satisfy you to accomplish anything, even if you could? You don't even know if you could. You probably can't. Look, let me assure you this much. Following your dreams is a recipe for disaster. Nobody ever felt good about themselves for giving effort towards what they really truly wanted, okay? It always ends in disappointment. Just better to not even try. And the award this year for most discouraging person is Eric. I'm pretty sure even incredibly wrong people don't advocate in favor of discouragement. Sometimes they might advocate in favor of by calling it like, I'm just telling you the cold hard truth or some shit like that. But the only way they could possibly advocate in favor of it is by positioning it as something other than discouragement. I mean, yes, it is the case that there are plenty of instances where somebody needs to be discouraged from doing something specific. Like, you know what? I think I can free climb this mountainside even though I've never tried it before. They need to be discouraged strongly from doing that. I'm talking more in the general sense. Like, I'm not sure what your goals or dreams are. I just want to let you know you're almost certainly going to fail and you probably shouldn't be trying. That kind of general discouragement. To evaluate whether anybody would affirm discouragement as a general thing, you have to say, is it good to be discouraging to somebody without knowing what it is that you're discouraging? Well, by and large, I think most people need no more discouragement. I guess probably like teenagers need to be discouraged a lot from doing bad things, making mistakes that are going to impact them negatively. Unfortunately, teenagers are essentially immune to discouragement from wiser, older adults. At that age, they're prioritizing the, the perspective of themselves and their friends. And there's a disconnect between reality as a mature adult and this weird social thing that happens in like school where it creates this kind of artificial social environment that kids invariably prioritize as the determining factor on what ought to be. And unfortunately, that means people make a lot of dumb permanent decisions when they're teenagers. Like, oh, I should get a bunch of face tattoos and stuff like that. Or I'm gonna make my living as a rapper. Cause I got flow and I believe in myself. Um, some people may think I'm gonna make my living as a music making person in general, I guess. But like the idea that anybody could make a living as a rapper these days is kind of silly. Like, obviously, some people who make hits rap, but the distinction between, like, well, there's a guy who makes a beat, and I'm a guy who raps, and there's no visionary behind any of it. Like, doesn't work like that. And sure, it may be plausible, even advisable, to delegate music part of it, but it still would be all like I suspect Baby No Money doesn't make his own beats hardly ever. Maybe he does sometimes, I don't know. But what he displays is vision and knowing what to pick. Or he may also say, I want to use this sample or something like that. I'm not really sure how he makes his stuff. Yeah. You don't mess with the Zoran. I wasn't planning on it. Before I go, I'm going to make a meal here, a frozen dinner, and eat it. So I'm here for a little while longer. Well, what frozen dinner you going to make here? Well, I'm about to tell you. Don't rush me. Let's see. A couple of choices here. I had this one earlier. Cheesy patty with mashed potatoes. So I'll have rigatoni and Italian sausage with meatballs. See, I like this one a lot better than the spaghetti with meatballs. It's like somehow the addition of sausage to it makes it a lot better. I'm not sure why, but you'd think they'd be very similar tasting, like spaghetti and meatballs, rigatoni and Italian sausage with meatballs, like just banquet dishes, but they actually taste quite different. Okay, this is 4.5 minutes. That's what it says. 4.5 minutes. And I started to just put it in for the total amount of maximum time that it says and not take it out and stir it and not add an extra 30 seconds. And it seems to work fine for certain ones. Some ones I have to add an extra 30 seconds. This one seems to work fine without the extra 30 seconds. So, in fact, they're telling you to take it out and stir it for absolutely no reason. It, in actuality, cooks in full as you would want it to without taking it out and stirring it. So, where do these people get off telling you to do this unnecessary thing? Anybody want to explain that one to me? Why hasn't there been any accountability for the frozen dinner industry and this appalling habit they have of telling you to take it out, open it, stir it, and put it back in? Oh. Here's an idea. Why don't you figure out how to make this work without me having to do that shit? I've been compared to that person before, Alexander. I'm not 75, I'm 54. But, you know, I guess it's somewhat of a compliment that because if I were that age, I'd be remarkably, vigorous and robust for my age, I think. It depends. Different people at 74 are at different points in their arc. Like, Mel Brooks was 74 25 years ago, and he's coming out with a new movie. That's pretty weird to think about, right? You think, oh, that celebrity's 74 years old. Well, enjoy them while we have them. You don't think they'll make another movie 25 years from now? But Mel Brooks, in fact, is exactly that. 99 years old. He's got a new movie coming out. And he appeared in an episode of Only Murders in the Building within the last couple of years. Made some jokes about Matthew Broderick. Obviously, not suffering from dementia or anything like that, since he's written a new movie and has the energy and desire to make it. It's pretty impressive. If I had, I'd be amazed at myself, let alone at 99. My great grandmother lived till she was 99, but she was like not lucid at all. But then for several years prior to her death, she was not lucid. I can't say how long exactly because I wasn't that old, but I will say that I only want to live to 99 under Mel Brooks' deal, not under my great grandmother's. Now, I don't accept that terms if it means I also have to make a bad, unfunny movie, which I'm sure this new movie is going to be. I haven't had faith in Mel Brooks's comedy skills for a very, very long time. Nothing suggests to me that the steady downward trajectory of quality that's going to be improved by 25 years. But who knows? Maybe he had a creative revival at 98, and we're going to reap the benefits of it now that he's 99. Certainly, the movie that he puts out at age 99 will be better than the movie I put out this year because I'm not putting out any movie. So, who's really the funny one now? Well, it's you, Mel Brooks, because there's nothing more hilarious than somebody putting out a movie. You'd think there would be a headline by now 280 is a big deal. Oh, Ruben. Yeah. Ruben is 280. But that's metric years, show me you. So don't be too impressed. Metric years are like kilometers, they're less than a mile. The precise formula is a metric year is less than a mile, but heavier than a dog. What size dog? If you don't already know, I can't help you. All I can say is that in my case, comedy was keeping the joy of a happy childhood going strong. Well, it is true that you can't be funny when you're sad. I mean, you might still tell an occasional good joke, but you're not going to be interested in being funny when you're sad. There is such a thing as gallows humor, but it's not actually funny. Hmm. Yeah, I could make a movie about the pond called On Eric's Pond. I could make some sort of like summer camp slasher movie where everything's fine, no matter where they go in the camp. But every time somebody walks past the pond, something jumps out of the pond and kills them. And yet, due to, you know, your textbook horror movie skepticism, oh, come on, Mary. Ponds don't kill people. They continue to insist on walking past the pond. What is it in the pond that kills them? Well, that's the twist. Never find out. Wait, so you don't get to know what was in the pond the whole time? Nope. Surprised? That sounds like a great movie. Maybe my movie will be better than Mel Brooks' movie after all. No, Witty Cat. There's going to be no mention of the sexual orientation of the frogs. But I do like the idea of this. You know, the pond monster's present and ready to go when the frogs stop ribbiting. You know, like, oh, Stacy, I, George, am enjoying our walk with you. Isn't the sound of the frogs ribbiting lovely? Oh, George, I think it is a lovely sound. Wait, they stopped ribbiting. What's going on? Wow, you can guess what happens next. Something from the pond kills both of them. And this is one of those artful scenes where you don't actually see the murder. In fact, all of them in this movie are this way. But you just see like now there's blood in the pond. They show the pond normal water and then the waterfall, and then the blood starts coming over the waterfall. And you know, like as the movie progresses, the shots that are taken to show that the murder, they give a little bit more hints about what maybe it was, but not really anything that you can say anything about, right? But just the effect of it is to make people expect you to reveal what it actually is at some point. This way, we maximize what I like to call ending disappointment. It'd be like that time I read that story in high school where there's this princess or whatever, and there's this guy that she is her lover, but she's not supposed to be with him, and he gets has to choose one of two doors, one of which is a punishment, and one of which is a beautiful lady waiting for him, and then the princess is in love with the guy. She doesn't want him to be eaten by the lion, but she also doesn't want him to be with the other lady behind the door. And so what happens? That she was going, well, that's for you, the reader, to decide. I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. That's the end of this story. I am not amused. I am not amused. Like, I didn't start reading the story so that I could do your job at the end of it. Get out of here with your you decide what happens shit. I don't like that one bit. Anybody else remember that story? You know what I'm talking about? It's like, well, the lady tells the dude the true door, get, you know, and see him go off with his new lady, or will she lie so that he goes and gets behind the door with the lion? No, pretty cat. Obviously not. It's a wholesome slasher film. It's about murder, not sex. I mean, well, because and only because it's obligatory in your slasher flicks, at least one of the ladies will show her titties at some point. But I want to assure you, that's just an homage to the genre. It's not because I want to see her titties. You know, it's what would they call that? Like, it's a cornerstone of the genre or something. I don't know. It's like there are certain key features to a summer slasher movie. Young people gathering someplace in the water, I mean, in the woods, near water, getting picked off one by one or two by two, it having some sexy overtones, and maybe at most one person at the end of it surviving. Maybe two, maybe more even, but most of them, the majority for sure, have to die. Pretty cat, that is a very silly joke. I just hurt my wrist digging a hole between two koi ponds. I think it's carpal tunnel. That is one of the silliest jokes I've ever heard. so much, so much ridiculous labor has to go into making that pun. I don't know who came up with that joke, but it's very ridiculous. Mm. Oh, Eric. Some Like It Hot is a fantastic movie. Well, you know, Tony Curtis, I believe, is Jamie Lee Curtis's father. Did you know that? I don't know for sure. I, it's like, it sounds like that's true. Like, beyond just it could be true, it seems like to me, I know that I've heard it before or something, but I would not be able to tell you where I picked up that idea. And could be that I'm just making the connection and thinking I've heard it before. So, maybe somebody who knows can tell me, is Jamie Lee Curtis related to Tony Curtis? Tootsie. If her name's Jamie Lee Curtis, one might conclude that Curtis is her married name and Lee is her maiden name. Or one could conclude that she goes by her first name, middle name, last name. Sometimes actors do that because it's not allowed. Only recently learned this. It's not allowed for an actor in the Screen Actors Guild to act under the same name as any other actor has ever acted under before. They all have to have a unique name. Jamie Lee Curtis is married to Christopher Guest. Okay, well, she would have taken his last name, but he's just a guest. Am I in dental school? I am not in dental school. I'm in dental, patient school. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. I feel like I've engaged in more than enough debauchery today. I have once again elected to have unhinged fun rather than some more purposeful alternative. And you know what? I don't regret it one bit. I had a good time today. I appreciate all y'all. Without you, today would have been boring. Obviously, I'd just be live streaming to nobody. That'd be sad. So I love you very much. You're precious. And I'll see you later.